right, so welcome everyone. Christine, Kim, if you're there, Lane to the so yeah, around that judgment and so on. So let's dive into that and have a look at today's email, and then they'll lead us nicely into our lesson. So all right, so just with you. Okay, so in a moment, just getting the screen share thing going. All right, so it's all done. Let's share my screen. I don't want that one. I thought we were on the correct one. Let's just get that. Okay, so there's the email. If you can put it into my mic options. Okay. All right. So
can you hear me now?
Oh yes, actually we can. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, we can. Welcome.
I have my IT support here.
Okay. Would you like to? Okay. Well, that's good. Useful to have a husband.
I did exactly the same thing. I don't know. I don't know what, it's definitely different fingers that make.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a magic touch.
Yes.
All right. Do you wanna read the quote for us?
Okay. Don't just count your blessings.
Can you see it?
Be the blessing. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, fine, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah,
all right.
All good. Yeah.
Maybe there's just a delay. All right. Don't just count your blessings. Be the blessing other people count on.
So today's quote advises us not just to count our own blessings, which is a form of gratitude. And when you do that, it's always a blessing to you, but also to extend this blessing to others and be a light or source of pure formless awareness in their lives. So, which is very much along the lines of the injunction of Yeshua in the Course. He's saying, yeah, count your own blessings, connect with Source yourself and experience the love and the peace and the joy, but then extend it. He's always telling us to extend it into our relationships, to extend it to others, because that's the way that we learn that we have it. So others benefit, but we benefit, because as you give, you receive. So you'll experience even more abundant blessings of love, joy, and gratitude by giving them freely to others. So the more we give them, the more we share, the more we experience them. So giving is actually receiving, which is a major lesson of the Course. And experientially, we can see that. It should be obvious, but it's not. For most, the ego's obscured that because it's got us to focus on form, and our giving and receiving perception of giving and receiving is based on form rather than on on giving and receiving, qualities, values like love, joy, and gratitude. So it comes down again to forgiveness or letting go. So you might say, well, how do I count my own blessings when my life is hardly a bed of roses? And the answer is simply to let go. Letting go allows one to feel blessed again. It allows one to feel grateful. We can learn to let go of our misperceptions of scarcity, fear, and any other negative emotion they seem to cause in every situation that arises to tempt us to believe in them. And this process, which Yeshua calls forgiveness, also calls it at-one-ment, salvation in A Course in Miracles. We translate as awakening or enlightenment in our alternative ALG language, is your one true responsibility. Right? This is all we have to do. Saying there's one thing you got to learn, and that's to let go of any negative thought and emotion. It's one thing, but it's a huge thing. Okay? So whatever negates the truth of love, peace, and joy, that is what you must let go of, and that's substantial for many people. That's most of their thoughts, most of their emotions, their past history, their story. All of that's got to go if you're going to follow this advice. So it's quite an undertaking, which is why spiritual the path to spiritual awakening is the ultimate accomplishment in human life, because it's the hardest thing to do. So this at-one-ment plan and letting go of whatever is negative that's arising for you is your one true responsibility in every situation. Acceptance of which will help you to attain true mastery of fear and your life through love. So when we talked about radical responsibility, this is the responsibility. Okay, so I did it, and I'm responsible for my negative thoughts and emotions. Only I'm responsible. Someone might do something to trigger me, but who's feeling the anger or the guilt or the fear or whatever the emotions? I am. And so there's a choice involved there. So we can all learn to let go of our misperceptions of scarcity, fear, and any other negative emotion they seem to cause in every situation that arises to tempt you to believe in them. So this process, which Yeshua calls forgiveness, 1 month salvation, we translate as awakening, is our one true responsibility, which will help us to attain true mastery of fear and our lives through love. You cannot force yourself to feel blessed and grateful, but you can let go of any blocks to this awareness, which is your natural state, and allow yourself to be blessed. So it's indeed strange that we need to allow ourselves to be blessed, as one would logically think we should have no problem accepting blessings that make us feel happy, but we really do. This is a big part of the letting go, because the guilt tells us we're not worthy of blessings, so we won't allow ourselves to be blessed. And people take that to the extreme. Byron Katie, for instance, she was very much caught up in the ego before she awoke, and she had so much unworthiness going on. She felt so unworthy that she couldn't even sleep on a bed. So she was in some rehabilitation facility, and they gave them a bed with a mattress and reasonably comfortable, but she didn't think she was worthy of it, so she slept on the floor next to it. That's the extent of the ego. That's where it can take people, the extent of the unworthiness. So the ego really is just an insane and illogical thought system that believes you are guilty and deserve punishment, not blessings. And you can't reconcile the idea of sin and guilt and punishment with the idea of innocence and love and blessings. The two thought systems are completely opposite. So the challenge we all face in this world is to let go of the egoic thoughts and emotions, guilt, fear, and attack, to clear the way for the blessings of innocence, love, and gratitude to arise again in our minds. And that's why we do the work, very simply. So today's workbook lesson gives you the quickest way to consistently experience these blessings in your life, and that is to give them to others. So as you give them, you automatically in the giving experience them, so you receive them. So giving and receiving become one in your experience. Another powerful lesson in the power of giving and receiving. So that leads us nicely into today's lesson. Before I do that, any comments or questions on any of this, the quote, any of this teaching, which leads us nicely into the lesson? We're happy to go into it.
No, maybe just as it's a quick share, it's maybe related as
Yeah.
My husband Leland and I went to go and have some. We went to go and eat lunch at the beach front, and walk. And a lady approached us, who was wanting to sell some strings, but with words. Like you choose if you put a name or whatever word or words that you want to use. So and then she was sharing as well, like, she's a single mum and got kids to feed, and Leland decided, okay, he'll help, and like picked a couple of things for. She said she doesn't only do it for humans, she does it for animals too. So like he could do little collars with names. So he did for his niece's dogs, and niece and mum, and then I picked one, and I didn't do a name, but I thought, well, what words do I want to carry with me? And things from the course pop up, but what went into my head was kind of universal. I chose to do love, peace, and joy. I'll just put my camera on and quickly show.
Okay.
So I thought it was quite nice.
Oh.
Love, peace, and joy. And then more would pop into my head would be, okay, I choose peace. So I just thought it's actually quite nice to actually, something with you, and it's a reminder. Or what maybe it's like I am spirit, or I thought of quite a few that you could do is I don't know, whatever's kind of whatever feel resonating at the time. And it was nice to, it was actually coming from Leland, but just to give to someone, and she was really appreciative, and we sort of walked a bit more while she took the time to make them, and she was like, now, like, came back, she said, okay, now I can buy diapers for my baby, and so it just again, it's around I suppose it's blessings, and felt good to have that encounter, and and she just showed, like, then we connected, we both connected a bit, and she was just talking a bit about her young girl and baby, and
Oh, it's a holy encounter. It sounds like really nice, nice connection and a flow. As you give, you receive, and if you really give genuinely, you feel expanded, don't you? It feels connecting and expansive, and so you gain from the interaction. Yes, you might have paid some money, but then he's not talking about the level of form. The level of form is the ego's domain. He's talking always about the level of spirit and the mind, emotions, thoughts, emotions. So is there a flow of love? And if there's a flow of love in the interaction, even if it's a commercial transaction, you're buying something, the most important aspect is the love that's flowing, and then the money just facilitates that. So actually, the true spiritual meaning of money is it should be to facilitate the flow of love, the exchange of love, shouldn't it? That's what it is really for. It's the Holy Spirit's interpretation of money. It's a means to facilitate the exchange of love, which is its true purpose. And if you did that, then you would have felt that. It would have felt good. connecting and a very healing thing to do.
Helpful for, yeah. It wasn't my money, it was Leland's money at the time, so I can't say directly, but I mean as a collective, you know, and also, I think like you know, we didn't plan to spend as long down there, but it was, you know, it was something, you know, I suppose it's also like the ego is saying, okay, well, we've got to get on and do other things, but I don't really like, I know I've got a lot of things to do, but I didn't really want to allow that to come in. Just however long it takes, I suppose.
Yeah, surrender to the process.
Continue. And then, and then another funny thing happened. So while we're waiting, I was really needing to go to the toilet, and I was looking inside the shopping center, but you needed a £2 coin, and we didn't have any cash on us. So we had to go. We thought, okay, we'll go buy some, like a couple of grocery items we need anyway, and thought we'd be able to withdraw money that way. We couldn't, so we had to go withdraw some. Leland had to go withdraw some cash from ATM to go buy something else.
Yeah.
And then I had the coin. Then it actually didn't work. But there was someone, a father and his son were waiting outside, and they were waiting for someone to come out. So it was waiting for his wife and a couple of other people to come out. So then they were just able to let me in.
Right.
At least so it was kind of synchronous that I came at that time.
There's always a way. So these little things are just symptomatic of flow. You're given, you know, to someone else, and then you receive, and it's all connected. If you hadn't given to someone on the beach, that lay on the beach, then would it have happened? You don't know. But you know, it's all connected, very much so. And when you see those interconnections, you can only just marvel. You go, wow, that's amazing. So really, my only job is to show up, be present in the now, and you know, be an instrument of giving and receiving love. That's my job, to give it and receive it in every moment, every encounter, and you know, that's being in the flow and flow with life. And then, you know, these synchronistic things happen. Blessings just materialize, as he's saying today. You know, give me your blessing. Do you want to read the original and then the alternative of the quote?
Give me your blessing, Holy Son of God. Give me your blessing, innocent extension of perfect love.
So it's actually asking. You know, you do this silently. I mean, if you go around asking people for that, they'll think you're a bit weird. But it's meant to be, you know, in your own mind. I practiced it today. I was out in Shaftesbury. They've got a fringe festival going on, so you can probably hear a bit of the music coming across the valley, in the background of this audio. So I was just like looking. You know, there's all these people out and about at a pub, and I was with Gabriel and Deborah as well, and saw a couple of people we knew, and I just really, you know, really just reminded myself a couple of times, you know, give me a like see others, you know, so I'm blessed. So and it works. You know, if you put yourself in that mindset, then instead of, you know, focusing on whatever's negative, you know, there's people drinking too much and getting a bit drunk, and etc. And there's some odd shaped bodies, etc. And you can focus on all that, or you can just go, well, actually, I see the blessing. You know, every one of these people, it offers me the blessing of my source right now. You know, in my experience right now. So why wouldn't I want to feel blessed? You know, so as I bless them, I feel blessed, and my whole experience is uplifted. into another domain. And so it's not really about the music or the food or the drink. It's about connecting and feeling the blessing.
Yeah.
Yes, just saying to us, you can always do that. It's always possible. And this is free. It doesn't cost you anything. Just anytime. You're seeing people all the time. Especially if you go out, that we interact with people all the time on a daily basis. We live in relationship to others all the time. So every relationship, so give me your blessing, because as I perceive you, so I bless myself. That's how to feel blessed continuously is bless everyone else. That's really what the lesson's saying. Not saying, oh, give me your direct blessing. It's like you give me your blessing when I bless you. You see, we need to dive into the lesson to explore that. So let's do that, shall we? Let's go into paragraph 1. Okay, so if you can read that for us, Kim. Today I practice, read it in the alternative until the last couple of sentences. Then there's just a bit of translation to do. So today I practice differently.
Today I practice differently and take a stand against my anger so that my fears may disappear and offer room to love. Awakening is in the simple words I use to practice with today's idea. Here is the answer to temptation that can never fail to welcome in my true self, where fear and anger prevailed before.
Yeah. Okay. Here's at 1 minute made complete.
Here is at 1 minute made complete. The world passed safely by, and the state of pure formless awareness now restored. Here is the answer of the remembrance of perfect love.
Yeah, so heaven is the state of pure formless awareness. Christ is true self, and voice for God is the remembrance of perfect love. So we're clear on the translations. So what's he saying here? In summary.
Just so he says, today I practice differently, but they're saying that okay, to take a stance against the anger for me is to drop the fears and allow for the room to love. So the fears and all the kind of noise and the angst, the negative thoughts that you say that lead to those emotional fears is to take a stand and to drop them. That's to let them go. It says awakening is in the simple words I use to practice with today's ideas. So that today's ideas, well, the overall today's idea is to recognize the blessing in one's extension of perfect love, i.e. Son of God, and not the kind of fear in terms of being separate from them, because you might see them as enemies. So here is the answer to temptation that can never fail to welcome in my true self, where fear and anger prevail before us. Yeah, to just actively let go that anger and recognize their true self and my true self.
And how fear and anger are connected. I mean, that's a point here. So I take a stand against my anger so that my fears may disappear. Right? So whenever I'm angry and I'm attacking, I perpetuate fear, because I'm believing in a reality where apparently attack is real, and if I can attack, then I can be attacked. See, so then I fear. Now I'm going to fear attack because that's what I'm believing in. So anyone who gets angry a lot is also very fearful because they'll fear that they might be, the same might happen to them. Someone might lash out at them and attack them because they're doing it all the time. And fear and anger just block love from
Yeah, they
awareness.
do.
They stand against my anger. Okay, welcome, John.
Hi, Jono. Hi, Kim,
John.
Elaine, Christine.
So,
Hi, John.
yeah, welcome. Would you like to read the second paragraph for us?
Yep.
Complete abstraction.
Complete abstraction is the natural condition of my mind. But part of it is now unnatural. It does not perceive everything as one. It perceives instead only fragments of the whole, but only in this
Way. This way, sorry, it's narrow.
Way could it invent the partial world I perceive. The purpose of all perception is to show me what I wish to perceive. All hearing brings to my mind only the sounds it wants to hear.
Say awareness. Okay, so what's he saying in this one?
Well, he's saying that abstraction or displacement, busyness of thinking is my usual place, is a place that my mind is usually in this world, and it's constantly seeing the partial picture. And I'm constantly seeing what I project onto it. Yeah.
Fragmentation. So if your mind is fragmented, then what could you expect but a fragmented world as a projection of that fragmentation? And then my perception outside of me shows me what I wish to perceive. All hearing brings to me awareness only the sounds it wants to hear. So the world is very fragmented. We have fragmented perception because that's what the ego wants us to perceive, that separation is real. Fragmentation is reality. Separation is reality because we perceive it outside of us. Kind of mind-blowing, really, that the whole thing is just a construct of the mind. Entire world, perceptual world that you perceive to be there is just a projection of this false idea of separation and nothing more. And it just shows us what we've chosen to see and hear. So our sense perceptions are just a result of our desire. All comes back to our desire. What do you want? What do you want to perceive? Which is why at the core of it, this diagram given to David Hofmeister. Let's see if I can find it for you. Stop that. Okay, let's just go. and happening. What's happening? For some reason Google Chrome is not performing, so we'll go to another browser. Okay, is that happening? There we go. Yeah, so it's taking me straight to where I wanted to go. How's that? Amazing. No, I wanted to go there. How cool is that? Just open it up exactly where I wanted to go. That's something of a miracle. There's the levels of mind diagram, and you see that desire is at the core of it. What do you desire? What do you want? You know, that underlies your belief, which underpins your thought, which underpins emotion, which underpins perception. So whatever you perceive is a result of your desire. And that also doesn't show it here on the diagram, but desire also projects out. So it's projecting out, and what you want to see is then shown to you via the mechanism projection. As he says, projection makes perception. So the world is just what you want it to be. You give it this through the mechanism projection, and then you perceive it from the same desire that projected it. And then you have a closed loop. You see, it's a closed system that's telling you that this is reality, and that it's seemingly external. So it's a very cunning trick. It's a mind trick of the ego, which keeps its identity intact, and it takes a lot of mind training, understanding to undo it, which is why we do this work, because it's so deep seated, isn't it? It goes to the very core of our experience here. So what is reality? And he's saying complete abstraction is the natural condition of my mind. Complete abstraction. So in other words, there's no separation, there's no fragmentation, there's nothing other than perfect oneness. Complete abstraction means pure formless awareness of perfect love. Abstract reality means no form. Let's check that out actually, maybe. Abstract meaning. Thought or idea, but not having a physical or concrete existence. That's what it means. So it's just exists in the realm of ideas, in mind, in awareness, but no physical or concrete existence. So in other words, it's formless. Maybe we could. Complete abstraction is the natural condition of my mind. So complete formlessness. Maybe is that more understandable? We translate it as formlessness. What do you think?
I prefer abstraction myself.
Okay. Anyone else? Does it understand? I mean, do you understand when he uses that word? Does that immediately make sense, or did you need to think about it and go, because of what does it actually mean there?
Well, in the fourth sentence, it talks about fragments of the whole.
Yeah.
Whereas formlessness doesn't describe it. Abstraction does.
Okay. And number 4, sees instead only fragments of the whole. Invent a partial world. I perceive. Talking about this sentence.
Yes.
Yeah. And so what did you say? Form.
It refers back to that first sentence, complete formlessness.
Yeah.
Fragments of the whole is the natural condition of my mind.
Yeah.
Formlessness does not convey that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll stick with abstraction, shall we? So it's a setup. What he's saying here is that the senses are a setup by the ego in the belief in separation, and we set up to perceive everything in a certain way, and that's according to our desire. We chose it. We wanted to be a separate self. We wanted to believe in a separate identity, and then we invented a reality accordingly. So everything is now a result of that desire. So I'm responsible. This all leads us down the road to total responsibility. Okay, well, I'm responsible for all of it. It was my decision to go down this crazy ladder of separation. We go back to our, I think it's 28 or something. Sent into hell. We all made the decision to go to believe in separation and come down the ladder. So whatever seems to happen here, we're all responsible for. That's all the pain, the misery, the suffering, the death. That's all the responsibility of the idea of separation, which we chose to believe in. As is the whole physical universe. It was all a projection of the guilt and the fear outwards to miscreate the physical universe. So that radical responsibility, taking responsibility for everything in this world that's seemingly happened or happening, allows us also to correct it and say, okay, well, actually, if it's all my responsibility, and it just comes down to one tiny mad idea that I believed, then I can let that go. I don't have to believe in that anymore. And then I'm free. As simple as that. But the letting go of this idea of separation is the work, because it's so deeply entrenched into our world, right? It's the idea behind the ego's whole thought system. So we're living in it. It's like trying to say to a fish, well, get out of water. It's like, well, but I'm living in it. How do I get out of water if this is what I'm living in? And I don't even really understand that there's anything other than water. I have to become a flying fish to understand there's another kind of reality. We have to fly above the water, but we don't even. It's so much a part of our so-called existence here that most human beings don't even question it. But we must question it if we're going to get out of this quantum field that's a trap. It's trapped our minds into the belief in separation. And that's really its only purpose. And I had my little mystic moment at the end of the retreat, the Passion retreat I did a couple of years ago. It was so clear to me that, I'm responsible for all of it. And the only reason that I invented the external world is to provide a justification for all the negative thoughts and emotions that I wanted to believe in. I really understood that in that moment. It's like the whole thing's just a complete setup, an illusion of the mind designed to justify those negative thoughts and emotions and deny the pure formless awareness of perfect love that I just experienced. And I was just shocked and devastated, and I cried. It was like, that's so sad. How could I have done that? But there was a clear recognition that I had done it. I couldn't blame anyone else. It was my responsibility. And so, but then you can let it go. If I've done it, then I can also undo it. If I'm not responsible, then I can't undo it because I'm not responsible. You see the ego's logic, and that's why it's so resistant to the taking of the radical responsibility for everything. Because it says, well, that's not fair. On the level of form, I'm not responsible for everything. Seems. It's only on the the abstract, the metaphysical level that the total responsibility can be claimed. And then released as well. You can also release it on that level. You can't let it go in the form. It can only be released in the mind, ultimately leading to the release or the letting go of the thought of separation itself. which is the end of the ego then, because it just, the ego is the idea of separation, believed in. The thought is one thing, but to believe in it, to desire it, and to want it, and to believe in it, made it real for us. Okay, so any thoughts, comments, or questions on any of that? Otherwise, we'll move on to number 3. So, Christine, if you can read that one. So were specifics made, and the alternative will do.
So were specifics made, and now it is specifics I must use in practicing. I give them to the remembrance of perfect love, so that it may employ them for a purpose which is different from the one I gave to them. Yet it can use only what I made to teach me. To teach me from a different point of view, so I can perceive it and use for everything.
Okay, so what's he saying here in summary?
Well, I think it's referring back to the last paragraph of that fragmented thinking and projection from what we desire. So if I give them to the remembrance of perfect love, it may use them for a different purpose, different point of view, so I can perceive different use everything.
I employ them for a different purpose, just different from the one I gave to them. Use only what I made to teach them from a different point of view, so I can perceive a different use. So we look at the specifics the ego has made, and then we reinterpret them. That's what he's saying, really, isn't it? And so it's just going to use them for our awakening, for enlightenment, rather than to confirm our separation.
Yes.
I employ them for a purpose which is different from the one I gave to them. And so, we can be in the world, but not of the world. We reinterpret everything in the world, all the specifics the ego made, but now they're given the purpose of at one moment, then they become useful, they're helpful to us. And the whole world can be now given a different purpose and a different meaning. And that's the reinterpretation that he's training our minds to do consistently. Yet can use only what I made to teach me from a different point of view. Can only use what I made to teach me from a different point of view, so I can perceive a different use for everything. Okay. Happy to move to number 4. Just Elaine, if she can move. Someone's got some background noise. I don't know who that is. Is it Christine? Just Christine, mute yourself. Is it you?
No, it's
Who is it?
it must be me.
Yeah. I don't know, there was some background stuff.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Gone now, yeah. Did you have something else going on?
not here. No.
I don't know. And now I mute myself. I was on mute.
Yeah, I think it might be you. So just mute yourself again. It's back. Mute yourself. Yeah, I think it's Kim. It's quiet now. Yeah, okay. So Kim, if you can keep yourself muted until you speak. I mean, I don't know, it's picking up some background. Maybe it's because you're using headphones or something, I don't know, but it's gone now. Okay, so number 4, Elaine, can you read that for us?
And the alternative, or?
Yeah, that's fine. There's not much to translate here. One companion is all companions.
One companion is all companions. Every mind contains all minds, for every mind is one. Such is the truth. Yet do these thoughts make clear the meaning of extension? Do these words bring perfect clarity with them to me? What can they seem to be but empty sounds? Pretty, perhaps, not pretty, pretty, perhaps, correct in sentiment, yet fundamentally not understood nor understandable. The mind that taught itself to think specifically can no longer grasp all encompassing abstraction. I need to perceive a little so that I learn a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so what's he saying in this one? Summary?
Well, one companion is all companions. Every mind contains all minds, for every mind is one. And this is the truth. And do these thoughts make clear the meaning of extension? Do they bring clarity? Could they just be empty sounds? Correct in sentiment? So with the mind that taught itself to think specifically can no longer grasp all the encompassing abstraction. So all the formlessness, it's just not used to that. Yeah, so it's a struggle for it. So I need to perceive a little so that I can learn a lot. Yeah.
What do you mean by that? I need to perceive
A little. It's a bit of a mystery.
Perceive correctly, perceive. I need to, how about I need to correct my perception?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, I need to correct my perception. I need to see a little that we learn a lot. I need to correct my perception. A little so that I learn a lot.
I need to correct my perception in small doses so that I can learn a lot.
Yeah, kind of.
Little by little.
Yeah, I need to correct my perception. Little by little, yeah, good work. Little by little so that I learn a lot. So we use the specifics, I think that relates to the previous sentence. You're saying we use the specifics we've made because we can't grasp all-encompassing abstraction. But little by little, we can start to learn this. That ultimately I learn the whole truth, but it starts off with, specifics that we're familiar with, that seem to be real. And then we start, it's baby steps. Okay, we'll just be a little bit willing. Start correcting your perception with a little thing. Like, let go of, Elaine, you mentioned your washing machine the other day. You let that go. That's a little thing. Okay, you can let it go. You don't have to get upset.
Yeah.
And then, bigger things, if you start doing the little things, the bigger things get easier.
Yeah.
So it's starting with the, they call it low hanging fruit. Start with that. Okay, the little things that upset you, the little irritations, the little grievances you hold, not necessarily against people, but against appliances. Oh, my washing machine's broken. Oh, this has gone wrong again. These are little things that just keep the ego going, and they sabotage your quality of life. So you start with that, little by little, so that ultimately I learn a lot. So that ultimately, maybe. And remember, the whole course started with a little willingness. You had two people who are, by their own admission, totally not living according to these principles. Their lives were very much rooted in the ego and form, identity, and there was a lot of, unhappiness and conflict. But they were just a little willing. They said, okay, well, we want to find another way. There must be a better way of living than this, all this conflict and attack and so on. And so the little willingness is what kicked this whole immense process. The course is immense. It's master teaching, and it's now got a following of millions of people around the world. And it started with the little willingness of two people to find a better way. And that little willingness was what kicked it all off. So, it starts with the little things. So don't ignore, any of the specifics. Some people are like, oh, no, don't worry about that, because I'm going for the whole thing. Enlightenment's so big, so I don't need to worry about my little minor irritation or grievance with my washing machine or my husband. But actually, that's exactly where the rubber meets the road. That's what you do need to work on in order to correct it. John's going off for 20 minutes. Okay, no problem. Oh, so any other comments, questions, or thoughts on that one?
No, that's clear. Thank you.
All right, number 5. Let's cycle back to Kim. If you can read that for us. In the alternative, seems to be the body that I feel limits my freedom.
It seems to be the body that I feel limits my freedom, makes me suffer, and at last puts out my life. Yet bodies are only symbols for a concrete form of fear. Fear without symbols calls for no response, for its symbols represent the meaningless. Love needs no symbols being true, but fear being false attaches to specifics.
Okay. What's it saying there in summary?
Like we perceive that it's the body that limits our freedom. The body is probably what we feel is the part that suffers, and then ultimately we die, or the body dies. But it's just symbolizing what's actually underlying there, which is the fear. So the body's just, what we perceive as a physical form, but actually it's the fear that's the underlying thought as a result of the creation of the thought. The body is just a symbol of what we thought and feel, and it manifests in that body in terms of that feeling of suffering. But the fear without the symbols calls for no response. So if you don't have that body symbolizing or representing what's there of the fear, I don't think you would recognize that or be able to recognize that. It says the symbols represent the meaningless. The meaningless is the fear, is the meaningless.
Symbols
and love needs no
the meaningless. No, so anything specific, remember, nothing I see means anything, lesson number 1. So anything that's in form is by definition meaningless from that standpoint. So whatever form we're seeing is ultimately meaningless, because only pure formless awareness of perfect love is real. So whatever it is, it's unreal, and only reality creates meaning. So it's meaningless, it's unreal. So anything that's symbolic, so anything that has form, symbols implies form. Anything that has a form just represents the meaningless thought system of the ego, the idea of separation and the split from love. But love doesn't need those symbols. Fear must attach to specifics because it's false. So it attaches to the false projections of the mind in form and says these things are real, and then these things seem to justify it. So things change all the time on the level of form, and then that seems to be quite disturbing and quite threatening. And so now fear is engendered by the specifics changing and shifting, and but love doesn't need those symbols because it's just true. There's no symbolic need. The ego fear must have symbols in order to perpetuate itself, whereas love doesn't need symbols. Ultimately, there's just pure formless awareness of perfect love, which exists as itself. There's no symbolic to symbolize it in form at all. While we're here, we can see things as symbols of form, and that's the reinterpretation, but it doesn't need it. Whereas fear can only exist with the specifics. Fear is attached to the world in the same way as love is attached to eternity and infinity. Okay, so anything else to share on that? What else is he saying in here? You want to summarize for us?
The body is the symbol of the fear, and it has its limitations in terms of freedom, but it is that's the symbol that the fear attaches to, whereas love does not need a symbol. It's eternal. That's it.
So you can go directly there. The beauty of love is like, well, it's a direct experience. You don't need symbols. Which is why, the ego loves, even in religious terms, what does it do? It builds churches to itself, which have all these symbols, doesn't it? Now you've got, symbols of love, but actually you don't need them. And he says at some point, these structures are just a sign, just a defense against the truth, sign of the unwillingness to accept the direct experience of love, which is directly available to everyone without symbols being needed.
And ironic. Ironically, in this world is that there are symbols for love, like the red heart and the red rose and the Valentine's Day and.
But love doesn't
It's a special love.
Yeah, Valentine's Day is symbolic of special love, but love doesn't really need the symbol. So in truth, love can only really be experienced in your direct experience.
Yeah,
the symbols are just a shabby substitute. You're not going to get love from the symbols. They can point you in the right direction, perhaps. Like words are symbols, twice removed from reality, as it says. So they can point you in the right direction. But ultimately, it's it's the direct experience we're going for, which makes you into a mystic. You're a mystic if you're having direct experience rather than symbolic value. So theologians and people who are not able to have direct experience yet, well, they attach to specifics, and they take the same mindset of fear and they'll attach it to so-called love, but actually it's really just fear in disguise. So all these artifacts and symbols that many religions believe in, it all really seems to confirm the reality of this world, and so it's still part of the thought system of fear. And that form of religion feels very threatened by the mystic who has direct experience of the truth and says, no, or none of the symbols are needed. Actually, you can just go directly to God, and you can connect with him, it directly. And I'll show you how. I can be a way shower for you if you want to, because I've done it. I can show you how to do it. And so interesting, a mystic like Yeshua comes along, and then, within a short space of time, they create a church, and then they have all kinds of, symbols going on. And, that direct experience is not being experienced by most people. They're experiencing it symbolically. And that's what happens, in almost every religion, every spiritual teaching. That's what happens. It gets devolved into form, because that's where the ego feels more comfortable, in the specifics. And so then the ego hijacks it, and the direct experience of love is lost for most people. And it just becomes a theoretical teaching. And then it's all about the mind and dogma. And now, my belief doesn't agree with yours, and I'm right and you're wrong. And the direct experience of an unconditional transcendent love is missing. And so the religion is then just dedicated to the ego, perpetuating the false sense of a separate self. There's no sense of transformation out of that, until you change your mind, of course. When you start to come into a non-dual teaching like this, you're given the opportunity to change your mind and realize that this is a viable alternative to both scientific materialism, which is the ego's stock standard worldview, and then even the dualism of believing in, say, the integral model, for instance. We go to integral model. So the sort of conventional worldviews that battle with each other are either scientific materialism, which says we're really bodies and the world is sort of objective reality outside of us, and anyone who denies it is crazy. So reality is determined, physically, and then they can't really explain where consciousness comes in. It's sort of a byproduct of the brain. But there's huge problems with that. So that's in more recent times, people have started to go, okay, well, we'll acknowledge this, but then there's a dualism. So the integral model would be part of the dualism school as well. There's also the interior. So there's an interior and an exterior, and both are equally real. So it's moving in some way between, the polarity, the complete polarization of flatland over here, and a pure non-dual. Because on the other end of the spectrum, then you've got the non-dualism. It says, well, actually, the truth is that the objective world does not exist. It's an illusion, and the only thing that is real is your awareness, your mind. And so it's actually all interior. Reality lies here and not here. You see those positions. You've got non-dualism on the one side at the extreme of awakening, and then somewhere in the middle you've got dualism, saying, okay, well, I give some kind of acknowledgement to both the mind and the body, and I try and kind of make that work, that I've got some kind of mind, body, soul thing going on, and that's quite common. And then you get the extreme of the scientific materialist saying, no, there really is no mind. Everything is just materially oriented, and even consciousness is a product of brain function. And that's the spectrum. What we're learning through this course is that non-dualism is actually the only thing that makes any sense. It's the only thing that you can intellectually defend, because all the others have huge problems with them. I mean, scientific materialism, it doesn't explain consciousness. So you have a massive problem right there. Cannot explain where consciousness came from. The dualists might acknowledge, both, so they're moving towards this, but they still can't really explain why we have duality. They still can't explain why there seems to be a split in the mind. Why do we have an objective world? It just tries to kind of reconcile just the seeming reality of mind and body. It says, well, we both. And then, at the other end of the scale, you have the non-dualists, which is Course in Miracles students, the fighter, and any mystic really goes there and says, no, actually, this doesn't make any sense. Having a world and specifics and everything that involves is actually illusion. It's a veil of illusion that's been pulled over my true awareness, which is now revealing itself to me, is telling me that only that awareness is required. Love doesn't need symbols. It doesn't need anything on the external to be what it is. It just is what it is. And I can have a direct experience of that. And once you've had that direct experience, you have no doubt that non-duality is reality. But that's where you'll find reality. And it doesn't exist in form, but it's an experiential knowing. I only really got it. I've studied for years, like 15 years of the course. And I kind of, you understand the concept, but you only really get it when you get it experientially, viscerally. And it took that experience for it all just to drop. And I was suddenly like going, oh my God, I get it. This world, the external world, is just an illusion pulled over the mind by its own belief in separation. And so we're just perpetuating that. As long as we believe in any way, shape, or form in this, then we are believing still in separation. That's the logical position, isn't it? So then I must deny this entirely in order to deny the belief that sponsors it, which means that I go into pure subjective experience, which is non-dual and formless, complete abstraction. Okay, any questions on that?
No, John. Yeah, I'm going to have to drop off. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for joining.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Hope we see you soon.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Good night. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
All right. So number 6. Number 6, it's Christine, I think. Bodies attack, but minds do not.
Bodies attack, but minds do not. This thought is surely reminiscent of our text, where it is often emphasized. This is the reason bodies easily become fear's symbol. I have many times been urged to look beyond the body, for its sense perceptions present the symbol of love's enemy. My true self does not perceive.
Yeah.
The body is the target for attack. No one thinks they hate a mind, yet what except mind directs the body to attack? What else could be the seat of fear except what thinks of fear?
Okay, so thoughts on that? What's he saying there in summary?
The seat of fear is the mind. What did the first sentence says? Bodies attack, but minds do not. Bodies easily become fear symbols. Many times urge to look beyond the body. I don't know. It's all confusing to me.
Okay. No, well, let's unpack it. So bodies attack, minds do not. Okay, so only a body can attack, really. To attack on a mind level, and we can think these thoughts on a mind level, but if there's no body to act it out, then it's ridiculous, isn't it? What are you going to do? Attack something that's incorporeal? How does that even happen? Yeah. So attack is really rooted in the body. We must perceive a body in order to attack. So bodies attack, minds do not. Sort of surely reminiscent of our text. The reason bodies easily become fear symbols. Right. So very easy to think of the body in terms of attack and defense, and that the body's vulnerable, the body can hurt and be hurt, and so it's a symbol of fear, because attack and fear go hand in hand, don't they? If I believe in attack, then I must fear that I will be attacked at some point. Even if I'm attacking, we know, from our own experience, then I fear that the same weapon I'm using can be used against me, and then I will be attacked. And so the attacking And the aggressive are typically quite fearful because they're scared that, what they're doing will be done to them. And so he's just saying, look beyond the body, for its sense perception present a symbol of love's enemy my true self does not perceive. All right, so it's sense perceptions. What he's saying here is its messengers, for its sight presents. I've just extended that to its sense perception, not just sight, it's hearing, touch, taste, the 5 physical senses, presents the symbol of love's enemy. Wow. Okay, so our sense perceptions were designed to be love's enemy. Okay, I mean, once you start understanding this, it gives you a whole different perspective on everything you're perceiving, doesn't it? It's a setup. It was designed as love's enemy. It was designed to deny pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the whole point. The ego's point of inventing the world and the perceptions of the world that we have, and our bodies, which have these sense perceptions. It's a construct of the mind to enslave us into this false self, false reality. The body is the target for attack, for no one thinks they hate a mind. No. So whenever, think of any kind of anger, aggression, hatred you've ever experienced, whether it's towards you, as someone's directing it towards you, or you've directed it to someone else. What are you thinking, really? In that moment, you're focusing on the body, aren't you? Going, that person, I can't stand them. And you think of them as a person. The person has a body, and they are individual, and they're separate. And you define them. You have to concretize them in order to attack them and hate them, don't you? You have to make them something specific in your mind. And that specific focuses on the body. So the body is then the target for attack, for no one thinks they hate a mind. It'd be ridiculous. So, well, actually, you're really hating his mind. No. I'm hating him. He's the, and you have to then misperceive that he's a body primarily in order to do that. That what except mind directs the body to attack. Okay. So although he said bodies, it seems to be a contradiction here, but it's not really, because the bodies actually perpetrate the attack. Minds do not. That's what he means. Bodies maybe act out. Attack.
But then in number 6, he says, yet what except mind directs the body to attack?
Yes. So that's why I've changed it. Bodies act. What he means here, bodies attack, but minds do not. I think if we put in act out, bodies act out the attack. Well, a mind can't act out the attack, can it?
Yeah.
So I mean that's, but minds do not. So the mind can think of attack thoughts, can have attack thoughts, but they can only be acted out in the body. And the mind has to then believe in the body in order to have the attack thoughts in the first place. See, so it's all bound up. What except mind directs the body to attack? So ultimately, it's the mind directing the body, saying, yes, attack because it's got a misperception. It believes that, this person is real, that there is actually something there to attack. The delusion of this is like you think there's someone or something there to attack, and there's actually nothing, but you think there is. So what are you fighting? You're fighting an illusion. You're attacking an illusion. If you watched A Beautiful Mind, I recommend watching a couple of months ago. Did you watch that movie? You remember he's having this whole experience with these imaginary friends acting out the attack. He believes that they're there. And then, they shoot away from his view. And then you see he's just punching fresh air. And people are going, this guy's nuts. Because he's having this whole experience punching fresh air. Well, we're all doing that. If the body's not real and this whole thing's a hallucination, whenever you're attacking someone, it's an attack on nothing. You're hallucinating. It's an image in your mind that's not even there. In the same way as, what was his name? John Nash. Was hallucinating. We're all just hallucinating. And it's worth remembering that, because then you just stop the attack. You go, this is ridiculous. I'm attacking what's not really there, believing it's real, experiencing all this emotion towards what's not really there. I mean, am I insane? Well, yes. It's just saying you are insane, very insane. You don't know how insane you are. We've gone completely insane. So insane that we believe now that insanity is sane. This is the problem. That, the insane has become sane, and what is sane has become considered to be insane in the insane world of the ego. And then what else could be the seat of fear except what thinks of fear? And that's the mind. Right? What else could be the seat, maybe the foundation? What else could be the foundation of fear except what thinks of fear? Well, evidently, it's the mind that's the foundation of fear. The mind attached to the body, that's the key. Right? If the mind identifies with the body, then fear is inevitable. If the mind doesn't, then the mind can be free and rooted in its true identity, which is pure formless awareness. Okay, does that sort of summarize it? Can you give it a second, Bash? Could you summarize that in a minute?
No.
Okay, fair enough. That was said very with great conviction. All right, we'll move on then. Happy with that, Elaine? Any questions on number 6?
Yes.
You okay with that? Right, so read,
Yes.
read it. Number 7 for us.
If you're wrong, you're being recorded.
I'm probably going to bed.
Okay.
Okay.
8 is specific.
Hate is specific. There must be a thing to be attacked. An enemy must be perceived in such a form it can be touched, seen, heard, and ultimately killed. When hatred rests upon anything, it calls for death as surely as perfect love's voice proclaims, there is no death. Fear is insatiable, consuming everything it perceives, perceiving itself in everything, and compelled to turn upon itself and destroy.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
Well, hate is specific, and there's something to be attacked. And an enemy can be seen to be attacked by touch or heard, and ultimately killed. And when hatred rests on anything, it calls for death. As perfect love's voice proclaims, there is no death, but fear is insatiable, all-consuming, perceiving itself in everything, and compelled to turn upon itself and destroy. So it's self-destructive as well.
Which is why the ego is a death wish, and it's why you see. I mean, what is the self-destructive nature of many people's lives, of whole civilizations, of humanity itself. I mean, look at what we do to ourselves, to the planet. I mean, it's completely self-destructive, isn't it? A lot of it.
It is.
And we go, well, why? How's that? If there's only life and love and truth, then why all the self-destruction? Well, because we have this illusion of a separate self going on with fear that demands it. The ego is a death wish. It demands that everything die in order to punish us for our imagined sin. So remember the metaphysics. Briefly, I'll go back here. So it's the guilt and the sin that underpin the individual identity that are the problem. So we think we've really destroyed God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness, and then we have this tremendous sense of guilt at having done that, and then fear of punishment arises. And so now you have this insatiable fear of punishment that demands punishments. Like, well, you will be punished because you are guilty. And the ultimate punishment is death. And that's where the thought of death comes from. And you see that. It's just a thought. False idea based on guilt, sin, fear, and then the logical consequence of a false expectation of punishment appearing real is death. And then we act that out. And we've entrenched that into our bodies so that our bodies seem to age and decay and eventually die. And everything does, everything on the level of form seems to decay and die. Why? Because of the guilt and the sin that underpin this whole reality. That's why. Demands punishment. But perfect love says, none of this is true. These ideas are false. None of this is reality. Actually, you're eternal. You aren't guilty. You're eternal. No, so you did a little squiggle, Christine. Didn't know you could do that. Are you pointing to something? Or? You want to say something? Or related to the diagram or not? No. Okay. So, all right. So the key point there is, hate is specific, fear focuses on specifics, and destroys. Whatever specific can be attacked and destroyed, can't it? The specific nature gives it, the ability to be attacked and destroyed and hurt and ultimately killed, whereas pure formless awareness can't be, not possible, because it has no form. How can you kill what has no form? So, only safety from this insane thought system of fear and guilt and sin and attack and death is pure formless awareness. Rest in that, because there's none of that exists there. Okay, so number 8, if I perceive anyone as a body. Christine, if you can read that.
If anyone as a body, I perceive them as fear symbol, and I will attack because what I perceive is my own fear external to myself, poised to attack and howling to unite with me again. I will not underestimate the intensity of rage projected fear must spawn. It shrieks in wrath and claws the air in frantic hope it can reach to its maker and devour it. It's just emphasizing how fear is external to ourselves, and the symbol of fear, the body, plays this little game with itself to project onto everyone, and wants to kill, devour. It shrieks in wrath and claws the air. It's very descriptive of how wild fear becomes in its attack.
Yeah. Frantic hope it can reach to its maker and devour it. It's like a self-destructive thought system, consuming itself. And he paints the picture. Some people find some of the graphic language a bit strong, but he's doing it for a reason, because he's saying, but this, you have to understand what this thing is, right? Think like, all of the useful, we live in our age because we've got movies. Did you see Lord of the Rings?
No.
We never saw it. Yeah, maybe I'll recommend it as one of our movies at some point. So watch it, because it's so well depicted. These miscreations of the ego, and these frantic, savage claw, these horrible things, and graphically depicted, ghastly miscreations And that's the picture he's painting for us, and saying that fear and the rage that it projects out, the anger and the attack and the self-destructive nature of this insane thought system is you have to recognize it for what it is. Because once you do, you go, I just cannot accept that. That's just insane. That has no part in my holy mind. I do not want that. And so then we route it out. We become aware of it, lurking in the depths of our subconscious. And then as it comes up and it tries to do its thing, we're aware of it and we let it go. We say, no, this is completely untrue. This is not what I choose. This is not what I want anymore. And of course the ego hates that, but all it can do is writhe, and it against the light. It has no answer. It can just try and shriek more and create more fear and more anger, more attack. And sometimes that happens, and we've discussed it before. As you go on the spiritual path, it amps it up, and then it becomes quite challenging, because the intensity goes way up. As he says, the intensity of rage projected fear must spawn. It's like we have no idea. But when you start to become aware of the intensity of that rage that's stuffed down in your subconscious, it's quite shocking. I mean, when I was going through my kind of midlife crisis, which turned into a spiritual awakening, I was shocked, honestly, at the intensity of the rage that was there, that was coming up. And I was like, my God, I don't even know if I can contain this. Can I control this? I might do something horrible to myself or others who I was living with at the time. I mean, it's like shocking. I was absolutely shocked to the core when it all came up. It's like, my God, I never had any idea that that's what was going on. So spiritual awakening can be quite shocking to the system, because you have to really see this vicious, I mean, it's a nasty piece of work that's in you arising. You go, oh my God, I thought I was a good person. I've got these insane, angry, attacking, murderous thoughts going on. Like how, like it really rocks you. But that's part of their undoing. You have to see them for what they are and go, okay, well, at least I'm aware of them now. They're not stuffed down in my subconscious, covered over, coming, insidiously coming in. I've actually become aware of them, and very viscerally so. And it's been quite shocking to me. But now I can really get to grips with them and choose to let them go. Because in my right mind, do I want that? So it becomes self-evident. So it's almost a requirement to go there, because otherwise you still think, well, the ego's okay, I'm kind of tolerate it and offers me some good stuff. And there's teachers and teachings that go around saying, yeah, well, you need some ego in this world, and it's okay. You can kind of keep some ego. Yeah, well, okay, so you're going to keep some of that insane, vicious, ugly, monster in you. I mean, you keep some part of it. You actually have the whole of it. At any point, it could lash out and hurt and kill and murder others and yourself. I mean, is this an entity you want in you that's so full of rage that you can't control it? It might just lash out for no particular reason and hurt and kill at any point. Is that something you want to keep in your mind? And the answer is surely obvious, but he has to highlight it for us, which is what he's doing. Passages like this. Okay, so happy with number 8?
Yes.
All right, moving on to number 9 then.
I'm going to go off to bed now, if you don't mind. So I'll say good night, Elaine.
Good night, Christine. Yeah, good night.
Okay, Christine. Yeah, I'll see you in the week, I hope. Tomorrow evening we're doing a session, so join us.
Okay.
Right, even if you can, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock your time.
Okay.
Okay,
night.
bye.
Good night.
Sleep well. All right, Elaine, just you. I think John did say he was going to come back, so
We
maybe.
did, yeah.
So let's carry on in the meantime. So think just read first couple in the original because there's some translation to do here. So this to the body's eyes. Behold.
This do the body's eyes behold in one whom heaven cherishes, the angels love, and God created perfect. This is his reality.
Okay, so it's translated, the body's eyes. Look at a bit. The body's eyes behold this. One whom, oh, actually, I didn't want to change it there, did I? I'm changing in the original, which isn't what I want to do. Okay, so let's go back there. Is this my body's eyes see? Okay, and body's eyes see this. It's much. Okay, so body's eyes see this.
The body's eyes see this in everyone whom pure formless awareness cherishes. Pure formless awareness, cherishes. Its thoughts, love, and pure formless awareness of perfect love extends perfectly. This is their reality. And in my
But you have angels going on here. The angels love. So I translated angels as thoughts.
Okay.
Your formless awareness cherishes its thoughts love. Okay? So the angels are like the thoughts of God. Thoughts of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Rather than, they have no, they're not, we personalize them, we give them names and stuff, but actually in truth they're not really that. They're just these thoughts that are because they're coming from source, they're powerfully positive, transformative, helpful. And those are the angels in our minds. Okay, this is their reality.
This is their reality.
Come on, then.
And in my true self's vision, their loveliness is reflected in a form so innocent and so beautiful that I can't help feeling awe and humility. Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing that in everyone, my true self just sees this absolute loveliness beyond the body. And I see the innocence and the beauty.
There's no rubbish.
Can't help feeling awe and humility. Okay, you want to carry on? Yes, I will take that hand.
Yet I will take their hand instead, for I am like them in the sight that perceives it so. Attack on them is now an enemy to me, for I perceive that my awakening is in their hands. If I ask them only for this, they will give it to me, but I will not ask them to symbolize my fear. Do I ask perfect love to destroy itself, or do I want to be revealed to me and set me free?
Will I ask perfect love to destroy itself, or do I want it to be revealed to me and set me free? So what's he saying here in summary?
Well, the body's eyes only see it doesn't see the pure formless awareness, does it? Just a minute. See this as everyone whom pure thoughts.
Whom heaven cherishes, So pure formless awareness.
Yeah. And its thoughts, love, and extends perfectly when we're in pure formless awareness. This is the reality and true self's vision. The loveliness is reflected in form, so innocent and so beautiful. So you can't help feeling awe and humility when we're in this presence. Yet we can take.
Yeah, unconditional.
Yeah.
The scarce refrain from kneeling at his feet. So the I'm just translating it to, well, what do you feel? You feel awe and humility. So when you see the truth in people, it's like, wow, you're so, so innocent, so pure, so holy. Like I can't help feeling completely humbled.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And a sense of awe. I mean, like everyone is perfect, and everyone is innocent, everyone is holy. And awe and humility are the results of that. Maybe not awe, change that, because in the beginning, it's a minor point, but he talks about awe as not appropriate in relation to another person, even himself, actually, because it's a mark of your
you're higher than me.
Your creation. Yeah, so it's like the source is so gobsmacked, mind-blowing, awesome. So we use the word awe. Can't help feeling what's another word for feeling? Deep respect, maybe. Can't help not feeling deep respect and humility. So it's like, okay, I see you for what you are, deep respect and a humility. I'm humbled that this presence is in everyone, and it's whether they're aware of it or not. So you go out today, I was out at the pub. Most people are not. They're not in. They're enjoying themselves, but most people are not in a state of pure formless awareness. They, in the world of forms. They listen to music. They eating, drinking, smoking, laughing. Chatting, socializing, doing what people do. But nevertheless, you can perceive the purity and the innocence in everyone.
Yeah.
And that's a transformative experience. That then makes that whole experience holy. And the what you get out of it, enjoyment, is on a different level than just going there and say, okay, well, I'm just going to gratify my body's senses. I'm going there because I like the sound of the music, and I like the drink and the eating, and socializing, and so it goes beyond the level of form then. And that's really what he means. Every encounter becomes a holy encounter. And there's a depth and a meaning that gets added to these common experiences in life that is missing. If you don't have access to the transcendent dimension, then that's missing. And you live in this kind of flatland world where you try and get some satisfaction from form. Okay, well, I'm going there because I like to eat, and I like to drink, and I like to smoke, and I like to chat to people, and I like the music, and so I'm seeking something on the level of form to satisfy me. That's why most people go, because it's a different experience for them. But you can still go and you can participate, but you just perceive it differently. And that's bringing the light in. Pure formless awareness then enters in to that perception and into the experience and into the relationships. And so how can I attack these people who are actually so innocent and so pure and so holy? If I perceive them correctly, attack is impossible. And my awakening is in their hands. That's quite a big. So how I perceive them will determine whether I awaken or not. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
But my awakening, maybe we should just clarify that. My awakening lies in my perception of them. That's what he means. If I ask them only for this, so give me your blessing, Holy Son of God. I am blessed just because I can perceive you correctly. And you give me your blessing when I perceive you correctly. You give me the opportunity for that correct perception. You see, that's why the whole lesson is give me your blessing, Holy Son of God. Or the extension of perfect love. Because they give me the opportunity to do this just by being there, by seemingly being there as a person in a body. They give you this opportunity to awaken. Well, okay, why wouldn't you take that every time you have it? And if I ask them only for this, they will give it to me. And I will not ask them to symbolize my fear. I don't want to see the fear. I don't want to see fear and anger and hatred and attack in my brothers.
No.
I really want to ask perfect love to destroy itself. Would you request I ask perfect love because that's what the request amounts to. When we believe in fear and attack, hatred and anger, we're asking perfect love to destroy itself. Does that make any sense when it's eternal? Or do I want it to be revealed to me and set me free? So in your perception of your companions lies everything. Your awakening to love or your continuing belief in fear and sin and guilt and really hell. In each perception of everyone lies heaven or hell. It's that simple, isn't it?
Mm.
Depending on how you choose to perceive them. It's like, whoa, okay. So that's like every time I meet someone, every time I even think of someone, I'm choosing between heaven and hell. Yes, that's what Yeshua's saying. You are. Which is why, it's the power of choice, the power of decision. We must learn to exercise that consciously. All right, so happy to move on to number 10.
Mhm. Today, I practice in a form I have attempted earlier. My readiness is closer now, and today I will come nearer to my true self's vision. I am intent on reaching it, so I will succeed today. And once I have succeeded, I will not be willing to accept the witnesses my body's eyes call upon. What I will perceive will sing to me of ancient melodies I will remember. I am not forgotten in the state of pure formless awareness. Do I not want to remember it?
Yeah, so what's he saying here?
Well, today we want to practice in the form that we attempted earlier. So my readiness is now getting very close, and we're getting nearer today to true self's vision, and we're intent on reaching it, and we want to succeed now, and then once, or today or whenever, yeah. And once I've succeeded, I will not be willing. There's the witnesses. Yeah, that's the thing going on outside, isn't it? That will deceive us. The body's eyes will call upon to try and change our minds to be back in the separate self. And what I will perceive we'll be back to how it was in the ancient times, bringing our memory back and not forgetting the state of pure formless awareness. Is it not obvious that what we really want and remember?
Yeah, so it's a determination, saying, be determined. I'll not be willing to accept. I am not, maybe I will not be. I am not willing to accept the witnesses my body's eyes call upon. So this sings to me an ancient melody. I will remember. Ancient. Sings to me of ancient truth. I will remember. I'm not forgotten in the state of pure formless awareness. So it's a little reflection. You know, we see our brothers in a moment, and we see them in a holy light, and we see them as one. We see the innocence in them. That is a little reflection, a little glimpse of that heavenly state of pure formless awareness. And so you bring the divine into your perceptions moment by moment by doing this. And saying, don't you want to remember this? How are you going to remember it if you don't practice it daily in these encounters you have? Well, the truth is you won't remember it. You'll just carry on being asleep, thinking that this world is reality. So it comes down to choice, conscious choice, making the choice for truth rather than illusion, and making that consistently over and over and over again. I think most people don't realize the kind of consistency that's required. It's like every moment you're choosing. You're talking to someone, you're perceiving them in a certain way, and you're making a choice as to how you perceive them. Choice between heaven and hell. That choice connects you with the truth, reminds you of this truth that you denied, or it denies that truth and puts you into an illusion, confirms the belief in the illusion. Okay, so it's kind of good timing. We're going into the practice now. So John, I'll just guide you through the rest in a meditation, because this is the practice. He's asking us to select one person who's just a symbol of the rest, and practice seeing the person differently. Okay, shall we do a meditation then?
Yep.
All right. Just give me a moment. Charge. I'm not careful. So. Okay, so just making yourself comfortable into your favorite meditation posture. So sitting, your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. Start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you're breathing in, you're noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile. You scan your mind, so just noticing any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting. Away, and you just exhale and blow it out, letting it go. The breeze of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. So you're blowing any dark thoughts, negative thoughts out like a dark smoke, leaving your body, your mind, your energy system, from the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in this nice, calm, clear, open space. Ready for this exercise that Yeshua's asking us to do, which is to select one brother, one companion, who's symbol of the rest, and ask awakening of them. Use them to awaken. So see them first, as clearly as you can, in the same form. To which you're accustomed. So just bring to mind their face, their hands, feet, their body, their clothing, maybe their smell. Watch them smile. Just see familiar gestures which they make so frequently. And then think of this as you breathe in. Say, what I am seeing now conceals from me the sight of one who can help release me from all my sins. And whose sacred hands can take away the thoughts and emotions which wound me. Original is the nails which pierce my own, and lift the crown of thorns which I have placed upon my bleeding head. So it's talking about the thoughts and emotions which wound me. And I ask this of this person so that I may be set free. Say, give me your blessing, innocent extension of perfect love. I see you with the eyes of my true self and perceive my perfect innocence in you. Exhale on the truth of that. Have a sense of blowing away any misperceptions of that person. Little scraps of anger, frustration, irritation, little criticisms, judgments, condemnation, all of that just needs to be let go of, blow away the breeze of your breath. And so you see this person, the eyes of Christ, of your true self, really sees them as innocent, sinless, no matter what you think they've done or not done. So just breathing in and out through your nose and sink inwards. So it says, my true self, your true self will answer you. For it will hear the voice for perfect love in you and answer in your own. And so look at this person whom you have seen as merely flesh and bone, just a body, and recognize that Christ or your true self has come to you. In this perception of this person, you are perceiving correctly the true self. His idea is a safe escape from anger and fear. Sure, you use it instantly. So if there's any kind of temptation to attack anyone, it's still in your mind, to attack anyone, and perceive in that person the symbol of your fear. And apply this teaching. So one more time, breathe in and say, give me your blessing, innocent extension, perfect love. And breathe in the innocence. Breathe in the innocence and the purity. As you perceive him, you see the innocence in him, you embrace it in yourself, you accept it in yourself. So I see you with the eyes of Christ, eyes of my true self. Perceive my perfect innocence in you. And so just feel that innocence sinking inwards. Feel that innocence that you share with this person. So as you perceive them, so you perceive yourself. Is why the law of giving and receiving is ultimately true. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. You just breathe, relax, be still, and sink inwards into this holy place in your mind. So give me your blessing, innocent extension of perfect love. I see you with the eyes of my true self and perceive my perfect innocence in you right now, sometime in the past or the future, right now. And feel that blessing come upon you. So breathe it in, breathe it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is infused. So nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender to this innocence that you perceive in your brother and your companion, and accept it as your innocence. It is in truth yours. And there's nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to do. Nothing else to think about. Just breathe in and out through your nose, relax, and stay in this innocence. For a couple of minutes of deep, innocent, perfect silence. And know that you are the innocent Son of God or extension of perfect love in this moment, right now. The next 2 minutes, deep silence. Okay, so just gently coming back from this deep connected state of innocence, state of grace, into awareness of your body and your breath, senses, and the world. And on the count of 3, and to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Again, scanning your mind. At the top of the inhale, notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on. So anything that feels at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. And just let it all go. So exhale. Just blowing it all out. Just blowing it all out. Letting it all go. The breeze of your breath. The nothingness that it really is. And just noticing the weight of your body pressing down on the chair, feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state. Anchor this state in. So this is your natural state. This is a state of innocence, of grace, purity. State that is always there. State of pure formless awareness of perfect love. True state, your natural state. So set the intention to stay in this state. For the rest of the evening, on into the week ahead. So it is said and so it is done. And now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So just look around, noticing various objects in the room around you. Focus on anything in particular. Notice that this deeper awareness is still there. You can close your eyes briefly, then open them again. Notice nothing's really changed. Your awareness is the same, whether your eyes are open or closed. Now, as you look around, you notice the same awareness. It's in everything. It's in everyone and everything. Doesn't matter what you're looking at, that awareness remains constant. It's the one constant. So we start learning experientially that this awareness must be us. This must be our awareness. And so it is. So that brings us to the end of the meditation, the first part of the session. Okay, so John, Elaine, John, if you'd like to just read, because you missed out most of that text, you want to just read the summary, just to kind of summarize. It's a few paragraphs. Would you like to do that? Okay. Just read the personalized executive summary there.
Today I accept pure formless awareness of perfect love that will dispel all my fears. Awaken and atone by remembering perfect love. My mind's natural state is abstraction, but I've become accustomed to perceiving fragments instead of the whole truth. To perceive everything from a more holistic perspective, I must start by perceiving specific things in this way, recognizing that all seemingly separate minds are the same. In this realization, I understand the meaning of extension more clearly. Bodies are symbols of fear.
Okay, any thoughts on that? You want to just pause it, John? Any thoughts on paragraph 1?
Well, I think he's pointing out.
Summarize that in your own words.
He's pointing out our usual tendencies to fragment everything, and in order to change that journey, that route that we take, we need to understand that our minds are actually joined. Which is saying is the starting point.
Yeah, my mind's natural state is abstraction, which is the formless, and there's no fragmentation in abstraction. It's just pure formless awareness. All seemingly separate minds are really the same mind. It's really just one mind, one abstract awareness. That now seems to be many minds and many people and many different sentient beings, but it's the same awareness that underlies them all. And in this realization, I understand the meaning of extension more clearly. So we're all extensions of the one mind. Yeah, seemingly separate, but not really. Actually still connected to the one mind or awareness, in which we all rest. We're all the same in that awareness. Okay, so I'll read paragraph 2.
Bodies are symbols of fear, while love needs no symbols to be true. I must look beyond the body to perceive my true self's vision. Hate requires a specific target, while fear consumes everything it sees. When I perceive anyone as a body, this leads me to attack them instead of realizing that my awakening lies in my innocent relationship with them.
Yeah, what's he saying there?
It's saying that as long as is stressing the point that as long as we see bodies as being critical, we are putting up a barrier to the discovery of our real selves, and is pointing out that hate in order for hate to exist, it requires a very specific target. And well, fear consumes everything it sees. So it's pointing out that hate requires a specific target. Okay, yeah. And fear consumes everything. So I think that's to be understood. Fear does consume everything. And when we go into this journey, when we go into this game of perceiving others as bodies, we limit our view of them and our own journey to enlightenment by not seeing them as whole.
Attack them. So it's a complete turnaround. Instead of the hatred and the fear and the attack, we say, well, actually, you know, in my true relationship, my innocent relation with this person, even if they're just a casual encounter, you don't know them, you happen to, you know, see them. They happen to be there today. There were, you know, hundreds of people around town, you know, so most of them I'm never going to know. Very casual, just you know, they happen to be sitting at a table next door, and I perceive them momentarily. I don't even speak to them, but nevertheless, my awakening lies in my innocent relationship with them. In my perception of them, there's a relationship. See? So in my innocent relationship with them, therein lies this awakening to the truth of who I am. And they don't know that consciously, but I am awakening for them as well in the moment of perceiving them correctly. And you know, if I do interact with them and I speak to them, then the interaction is going to be different. If I'm in my right mind and I see them as innocent, I'm going to speak to them and act towards them very differently compared with my wrong mind. And so here we see again, you know, the obvious nature of choice. You can't both love and hate someone at the same time. You know, hate would say, well, you know, physically attacking them and murdering them would be justified. Well, we clearly know that's completely, you know, unacceptable and at odds with love. You know, love would say, well, connect with them, speak to them, give them a hug, and so on. And so which is it? You know, both of those responses cannot be true, can they? Because they completely contradict each other. And so there again, you see the ridiculous position of duality. Well, duality would seemingly make both of those responses justified. You know, there's that kind of masquerades as non-dual teaching, saying, well, God is behind all of it. You know, God is in everything. So God is in the fear, God is in the hatred. Well, you know, clearly that then God must be schizophrenic and insane, because how can you love and hate at the same time? The one would seek to kill and hate and destroy, and the other would love and bless and heal. I mean, how can both of those be true? They completely contradict each other. So we must choose. And we choose in every moment of our perception. That's really the key message. By perceiving anyone, in your perception of anyone or anything, you are making a choice. You know, that's the level of choice most people aren't aware. It may not be conscious, but by perceiving them in a certain way, you're making a choice. And that choice is always between the ego, the belief in the separation, or the remembrance of perfect love. Okay?
Yeah.
Happy to read the next one.
In my practice today, I seek to come closer to this vision of my true self and remember the state of pure formless awareness. By asking anyone for awakening, I will perceive their lovely, pure formless awareness and realize experientially that love can free me from fear. And the answer to my call will come from the voice for perfect love in me.
That's what's he saying there.
It's saying that by doing today's exercise, we will take a step closer to our own perfection by letting go of projections onto another and seeing their real true selves.
Mm. The answer to my call will come from the voice for perfect love in me.
Mm.
As I ask anyone for awakening, you give me your blessing, Holy Son of God. I'm really calling on the voice for perfect love, the remembrance of perfect love in me to answer that call.
Mm.
It
Right.
may answer me through them. They might behave in certain ways, but actually you're not asking for anyone to say or do anything to you. That's the interesting thing. Because you read the lesson this year, give me your blessing, Holy Son of God. Okay, so you're going to go around today asking for people's blessings, asking for people to be nice to you. That's not what he means, is it? But
No.
actually, he means that in your perception of them, you are asking for their blessing and you're giving it to yourself simultaneously through choosing to perceive them in this way. So you get their blessing without them even knowing it, which is a much better alternative than seeking, to get some kind of blessing or love from people, because often it doesn't come. They're not in that state of mind to give it.
Actually, during the meditation, I did. I'm not quite sure why it pops into mind, but my old headmaster at school came into mind, and I thought, oh yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So I did the exercise with him, and
Okay.
who I have several grievances against.
Right. Okay.
And actually, it was quite transformative. I kind of felt the old grievances evaporating, and actually, I saw in him something that is very much true of myself, actually.
Wow.
And
That's always how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah.
What you hate in another is actually your own shadow.
Yeah.
Showing to you in the other, and then we seek to condemn it outside of us, but actually we condemn ourselves.
Yeah. So by the end of the meditation, I was thinking, oh yeah, no, I'm kind of at ease with this guy.
Oh, even though, physically he might not even be alive. He's probably dead. Am I right?
No, I think he's been dead for quite some time.
Yeah. So, it doesn't matter, but it's it's physically, it's all mental, emotional. So he's blessed you from beyond the grave.
Yeah.
By you doing this, and that is not lost anywhere. Like on some level, he will know that. That's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
On some level, because we're all connected, you doing that will have transmitted itself to him via the one mind, and he in his whatever state he's in, corporeal, incorporeal, maybe still floating around in incorporeal, will know that and will be grateful for that. So
Yeah. Which is natural.
Yeah. And you feel better that grievance is healed.
Yeah. I feel
You released yourself from that.
Yeah, I feel
past.
much calmer, much more peaceful about the whole thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
And so you don't have to revisit the grievance. You're like, well, it's done, over. Release, let go of, we move on. Because in truth, it never really happened. He was just a character in your dream, and you were dreaming a dream. And if you make that real, then you make the character of John real as well. And that's what the ego wants you to do, is keep you in the limited, separate self. Making you the character John, thinking that you can be the character John is very vulnerable, can be easily hurt, it can be attacked. And feels slighted, and feels the offense, gets angry, gets upset, but ultimately that's illusory. Not that character is not true. It's not who you are. and that character is doomed to die. All characters in the dream will die. So, if you're that and you identify yourself as that, then you must believe in the dream of death. So that's the choice. You hold on to the grievance against your old headmaster. You choose death. This is really what he's saying in blunt terms, isn't it?
Mm.
But it's quite shocking when you first hear it put in such blunt terms, because most people don't understand what they're choosing.
Yeah.
When they choose to, well, it's just a little. I mean, how can that be death? It's just a little minor irritation or grievance against the guy. I mean, we all have them. He wasn't very nice to me. I mean, he doesn't really deserve my blessing. He was an old bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the ego justifies it.
Yeah.
You do it to release yourself.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. It's enlightened self-interest. He's long dead and gone, whether you believe he'll know it or not. Some people go, well, that's all a bit woo-woo. It's kind of, how is he possibly going to know? He's gone. But irrespective, even if you believe that, in the moment of changing your perception about him, you change yourself and you bless yourself. So, I mean, that's surely a good thing. Surely you want to do that.
Yeah.
Irrespective of what, happens with him. And then, you feel the release and you're like, well, I'm sure you're very grateful you did it. Okay, well, I feel a healing and a release. And so now you light it. There's one less grievance that you've got to let go of to get to heaven.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's how it works. That's the one-man process in action. Okay, and then just a key message, which is a sweet summary.
By perceiving holistically and recognizing my true self in everyone, I accept pure formless awareness of perfect love as my reality, dispelling my fears and awakening from the dream that I am a separate self. And so I awaken in and through my innocent relationships with my companions on the path of awakening to perfect love.
Well, so very, very key, he repeats this over and over, but that our path of awakening, this particular path, of Course in Miracles, is so much about relationships, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're saying the key is, yes, you got to experience it in yourself, but to really learn this, you need to perceive correctly. You need to perceive your brothers correctly. You can't say, well, I'm awakening on my own and I'm just going to exclude others and not really bother about relationships, because those are absolutely primary. How you perceive them is going to be how you perceive yourself. And so that's a major way that you can correct, because relationship is really the nature of life, isn't it? Relationships are fundamental to our life. We're relating to other people all the time. We're social creatures. Use those relationships for your awakening, because they're so fundamental. So he's giving us another way. The Eastern way was traditionally you go off on your own and meditate on your own, maybe in groups or with a guru, but it's very much an inward, practice, doing your own kind of solo meditation. And that is one way. He says, eventually if you do that, it will succeed because of the intent. But he says the means are tedious and time consuming and not necessary to go to those extremes of hours and hours of meditation, when actually you can transform your perception in this way. You can go out. So I went out and it was quite a nice day, and sitting out in a pub listening to some music, having a bit of a meal and a drink, and but I'm doing spiritual practice. Perfect. This is my spirit, that's my practice for the afternoon. Do you see how powerful that is?
Yeah.
Now you're using that experience for your at-one-ment, and you can still engage in the world and be there and connect with my family and a couple of other people we knew, and it's a social occasion. So you're not like some weird person who can't can't interact and is just a recluse. No, you're in the world, but you use every experience as your spiritual practice. And that's just amazing. So wherever you go, there the truth is, and you can practice. And that's going to transform your experience moment by moment of life. My experience was different from other times because of this lesson. I was like, okay, I'm going to be aware of it. In the past, I might have judged people for, doing the things they were doing. People are smoking, people are drinking. I don't do that. I don't believe in putting poisons into my body. But, people do. That's why they go to pubs. But today, I just didn't judge it. There's some, enormously fat people, just didn't judge it. It's like, okay, it's whatever. I'm just going to try to really see the innocence shining through in everyone. That irrespective of the behavior, they are innocent, they are whole, they are complete. And then I felt good. I felt, whole, complete, like there's no problem, really. Whatever's happening, whatever people are doing, there's no problem. I'm not making it into a problem. Whereas in times when these people, and they're polluting their bodies, and why are they doing this? And we're going to go to early graves because they, mistreating their body, and on and on it goes. And that's just judgment, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, that was my particular spiritual practice with the lesson. And, it's transformative. It changes your perception. It changes your experience of the day. And I consciously set the intention. Okay, so I'm going out, and all right, this is how I'm going to approach it. I'll take the lesson with me and I'll apply it. And I thought of it a few times. And it was a very smooth, there was no drama at all. Sometimes, stuff happens. I was with Deborah and Gabriel, and sometimes it can be fractious and difficult. And it wasn't. It was just really smooth and easy. Well, is that an accident, or is that related to the practice? You start seeing that, it's usually related to you and your mindset. Whatever. It's a great quote. It really struck me recently in the text. And he said, only what you haven't given in any situation can be lacking. Only what you haven't given. Isn't it? It's a profound quote, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's a problem and you're feeling a lack and a dysfunction, then only what you haven't given is lacking. Okay, so that means you can correct it. See, yes, you're responsible, it's radical responsibility, but it means you can also change it. Whereas it's like, no, it's the other person, it's someone else's fault. Well, then I can't change it, can I? Then I'm a victim of the situation. I feel powerless and disempowered. So these lessons are really, really empowering us to make the changes internally, and then allow them to reflect in our reality, so-called reality in this world, and transform our experience of life. And so it becomes the living truth. That's what it's about. It's not a theoretical exercise. Well, I mean, I spent an hour and a half doing a translation, and so that was the kind of, okay, so the study, the practice, it made me very mindful. And then it's like, okay, now I'm going to go out and I'll apply this. And so, I think it's the best of both worlds. You study like theologians do, but you practice in your daily life. So you're not isolating yourself from people and becoming a recluse, or just a theologian. A stereotypical theologian would be someone who's intellectually maybe quite advanced and brilliant even, but can't really apply it in life. It's all theoretical. And so they might have studied the Bible or the Torah or whatever their tradition is for ages, but they actually don't live it. They don't really practice it. And so it's all theoretical knowledge rather than practical. And this emphasizes practice. You must apply it. And that's why it gives us these practical mind training exercises, part of the workbook lessons, so that we practice it. And just the end of the lesson, I think. Any other comments or questions on that?
No, it's good.
Yep. Okay, so what's the time now? It's only 10:15. Do you want to go into some text?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Because there is some text that yeah. I think Elaine's gone. Yeah, and then Clark's going. Okay, so it's just the two of us, John, doing the graveyard shift again. But we don't have to do the whole thing. So this one is it's from yesterday and today. It's B section, subsection B of
Oh yeah.
let's just start the recording actually. So yeah, so this one is
The second obstacle.
yeah, so this is the obstacles to peace, of which there are 4. We're on the second one, which is the belief the body is valuable for what it offers. And then there's a subsection on the attraction of pain as well. So it's 17 paragraphs. Do you want to start at the beginning, or do you want to did you read the beginning bit? I think it's all about paragraph 8 yesterday. It talks about the attraction of pain down here from paragraph 9, yeah, the attraction of pain, which is still part of the same section, but he's just put a subheading of the attraction of pain. So I want to start at the beginning.
I don't mind, John, whichever.
Have you read the
No,
the
no,
first
no,
part?
but no, I haven't, but I will do. I don't mind doing it. Yeah, I'll do it a bit later.
Oh, okay. All right, so this one's the attraction of pain.
Yeah, let's go to that.
So let's go into that, because I just broke it down because it was 17 paragraphs, really quite a lot to do in one day. So I broke it down into subsections. So this is today's reading. So yeah, do you want to do you want to read it in the original and then the alternative?
I'd like to read it in the original. Yeah, to start with.
Well, I think when there's a lot to translate, it helps, doesn't it? Just
It does. Yeah.
When you read the alternative. Okay, so read it in both.
Your little part is but to give the Holy Spirit the whole idea of sacrifice, and to accept the peace he gives instead, without the limits that would hold its extension back, and so would limit your awareness of it. For what he gives must be extended if you would.
You want to read the do you want to do it line by line, or just do it?
I'd quite like to do the whole paragraph
in one go.
Yeah. But what he gives
and then go to the alternative.
and then go to the alternative. Yeah. But what he gives must be extended.
Yeah. Okay.
For what he gives must be extended if you would have its limitless power and use it for the Son of God's release. It is not this you would be rid of, and having it, you cannot limit it. If peace is homeless, so are you, and so am I. And he who is our home is homeless with us. Is this your wish? Would you forever be a wanderer in search of peace? Would you invest your hope of peace and happiness in what must fail? So, alternatively, my little part is only to give the remembrance of perfect love the whole idea of sacrifice, and to accept the peace it gives instead, without the limits that hold its extension back and so limit my awareness of it. For what it gives must be extended if I want to have its limitless power and use it for the extension of perfect love's release. It is not this I want to be rid of, and having it, I cannot limit it. If peace is homeless, so am I, and so is the extension. Is this my wish? Do I want to be a wanderer forever in search of peace? Do I want to invest my hope of peace and happiness in what must fail?
Okay. So what's he saying in that one in summary?
He's saying that, he's stressing that our main way forward is to give up whatever grievance, objection, anger we have to the Holy Spirit and allow it to help it transform and evaporate, move into a different energy, which it will do, and we cannot limit what that can be transformed into or shape it in any way. And this and why, and then he's asking, why would we not want that? Because without this we are just going to go around in circles.
I want to be a wanderer forever in search of peace.
Yeah.
I want to invest my hope of peace and happiness in what must fail. So part of his teaching, which I really like, I think, is he asks the questions, doesn't he? He gives us questions and he says, okay, so ask yourself the question, do you really want this?
Yeah.
And then gives us what we're choosing in question form. And I was like, well, no, actually I don't. And so then he's getting us to change our minds by asking these questions, and then they're kind of making it so obvious that, the answer to the question's obvious. It's a leading question, isn't it? It's like, do I really want to be a wanderer forever in search of peace? And then like, okay, well, how can I possibly say yes to that? Oh yes, yeah, of course, I'd like to search and never find the answer. I mean, who in their right mind is going to say that? So it's good part of the teaching methodology, I think. Okay, any other comments on that?
No, it's good.
Okay, so moving to number 10 then. Faith in the eternal is always just. Do you want to read in the
Yeah.
translate here? Do you want to read?
I'll read the original.
Read. You like to read the original?
Yeah.
Huh?
Faith in the eternal is always justified, for the eternal is forever kind, infinite in its patience and wholly loving. It will accept you wholly and give you peace. Yet it can unite only with what already is at peace in you, immortal as itself. The body can bring you neither peace nor turmoil, neither joy nor pain. It is a means and not an end. It has no purpose of itself, but only what is given to it. The body will seem to be whatever is the means for reaching the goals that you assign to it. Only the mind can set a purpose, and only the mind can see the means for its accomplishment and justify its use. Peace and guilt are both conditions of the mind to be attained, and these conditions are the home of the emotion that calls them forth, and therefore is compatible with them. Okay. Faith in the eternal is always justified, for the eternal is forever kind, infinite in its patience and wholly loving. It will accept me wholly and give me peace. Yet it can unite only with what already is at peace in me, immortal as itself. The body can bring me neither peace nor turmoil, neither joy nor pain. It is a means and not an end. It has no purpose of itself, but only what is given to it. The body will seem to be whatever is the means for reaching the goal that I assign to it. Only the mind can set a purpose, and only the mind can perceive the means for its accomplishment and justify its use. Peace and guilt are both conditions of the mind that are attained. And these conditions are the home of the emotion that underlies them and is therefore compatible with them.
Okay. So thoughts on that? What's he saying here?
He's saying that the eternal will always give us what we really need and take us to peace and a feeling of love, because that's the only way to wholeness and a sense of completion. Because the body is can only ever partially and momentarily give temporary satisfaction. This last bit's interesting. Only the mind can set a purpose, and only the mind can see the means for its accomplishment and justify its use. Only the mind can set a purpose. Okay, yeah. So it's kind of like it's not setting goals here. It's kind of setting a purpose, which is a different thing.
Yeah, maybe give a purpose.
Yeah.
Set a purpose, can assign a purpose.
Yeah.
Assign, maybe.
Yeah.
The mind can assign a purpose.
You've then got to sign again, though.
Oh, has he? Well, in the same sentence.
Yeah.
For reaching the goal that I assigned to it, only the mind can assign a purpose.
Yeah.
Well, can set a purpose.
Yeah, you just leave set, I think.
Yeah, can set a purpose. And the mind can perceive the means for its accomplishment and justify its use. So the body has nothing to do with the purpose, does it? People ascribe some kind of intelligence to the body and say, oh, my body wants this, or my body feels this. But really, it's just the mind that's believing that it's in the body. The mind gives all the feeling, all the meaning, all the purpose of everything. The body in itself is purposeless. The ego's made it up for its purpose, which we can believe in or not, or we can assign a new purpose. And then, according to that new purpose, the mind can perceive the means for its accomplishment of the purpose and justify its use. So however we choose to use our mind will then be in pursuit of the purpose. And so we have two, we have the Holy Spirits and we have the ego's thought system, peace and guilt. Those are the options or both conditions of the mind that are attained. Attained, maybe experienced. Peace and guilt are both conditions of the mind that are experienced. So the original was to be attained. Peace and guilt are both conditions of the mind to be attained. That are experienced, I think. What do you think? Rather than attained.
Yeah. Peace and guilt are both conditions of the mind that are experienced.
So the consequence, and these conditions are the home of the emotion that underlies them, maybe that causes them, maybe stronger, that causes them. No, underlies it, because there's also a level of thought that causes them. Separation causes them. The emotions that underlie them. So, if we look at this, where are we? We're looking at 11, I think. 10, it's 12 levels of mind. The emotion underlies the perception, shown quite clearly here, yeah? Emotion underlies the perception. So the perception of peace or guilt would be the condition of the mind that's underpinned by emotion and underpinned by the thought and belief system, and ultimately a desire to be a separate self or to be oneself. So it's kind of layers stacked on. But what underlies the conditions that we experience on the top level is emotion directly underneath it, which is the level that most people get stuck in. They deny it. They don't want to go there. It's too scary. So they just try and keep their attention focused on the level of perception. They don't ever go into the emotions and look at them and question them and undo them, which is what he's saying here. These conditions are the home of the emotion that underlies them, is therefore compatible with them. So your emotion is going to tell you what you've chosen. And they're very different emotions, depending on whether it's the Holy Spirit or the ego. Peace is an emotion, a state of being, really a state of mind, and then you get emotions often are considered to be what changes. So peace and emotion, or is peace a state of being? It doesn't matter, but so if you want to call it a state of being rather than emotion, and distinguish that from emotion, which is anything that is changeable, anything that changes, fluctuates, is on that level. That can be helpful. So peace, love, joy, these are the eternal states of being, which have no opposite. And then you get emotions that are part of the fluctuating thought system of the ego, all of which must be looked at and undone in order to attain permanent peace. Okay, happy to move on to number 11.
Yeah. But think you which it is that is compatible with you. Here is your choice, and it is free. But all that lies in it will come with it. And what you think you are can never be apart from it. The body is the great seeming betrayer of faith. In it lies disillusionment and the seeds of faithlessness, but only if you ask of it what it cannot give. Can your mistake be reasonable grounds for depression and delusionment, for retaliative attack on what you think has failed you? Use not your error as a justification for your faithlessness. You have not sinned, but you have been mistaken in what is faithful. And the correction of your mistake will give you grounds for faith. Okay? Alternatively, but I must consider which I think is compatible with me. Here is my choice, and it is a free choice. But all that lies in it will come with it, and what I think I am can never be apart from it. The body is the great seeming betrayer of faith. Disillusionment and the seeds of faithlessness lie in it, but only if I ask of it what it cannot give. Can my mistake be reasonable grounds for depression, disillusionment, and retaliative attack on what I think has failed me? I will not use my error as a justification for my faithlessness. I have not sinned, but I have been mistaken in what is faithful. And the correction of my mistake will give me grounds for faith.
Yeah, so what's he saying here? Summary.
It's saying that if we really do believe in our bodies, then we are going to end up depressed and disillusioned, because they cannot continue to live to our expectations forever. And we need to understand that our real destiny lies in a connection far beyond our physical bodies.
So can my mistake, if it's just an error on my part, can this really be reasonable grounds for depression, disillusionment, and retaliative attack on what I think has failed me? So we seek to attack our bodies, but it's just a mistake. You could never rely on the body in the first place. To think that you could was a delusion. So I will not use my error as the justification for my faithlessness. So some people sink into despair and disillusionment and depression because they go, oh, well, this is all pointless and the body's failed me and I'm getting old and I'm sick and on and on they go. But hang on, the body was never meant for your faith. The body is a delusion of the ego. So why did you try and make it into something that it's not? And the error is so simply corrected when you can perceive it correctly, isn't it? It's like, well, it was never reasonable to put my faith in the body in the first place. So why am I now disappointed when it's failed the faith which was not justified? Rather, let me realize that my faith was never justified, and let me put my faith where it is warranted, which is in the mind, in the spirit. And correction of my mistake will give me grounds for faith. So when I recognize that, okay, the body is temporary and I can't find a sense of the eternal, we're seeking the eternal in the body. Well, of course you never, but it's self-evident, isn't it? You think it's laughable. Why did we even try? But this is the ego is trying to make its miscreation into what's eternal, and it's never succeeded. It's always going to fail. So it was never justifiable to try and do that with the body or anything that the ego has created. So then just see it and have a laugh. Well, that was just silly. How could I expect to find the eternal, what I really yearn for, in the temporary? By definition, the body is temporary. It doesn't last. We know all bodies die. Surely we've learned that by now. So then death and the aging process and death and suffering in the body and pain and all that doesn't have to cause us to be faithless, because it's just a mistake. And we just need to correct it and put our faith where faith is due, in the eternal nature of the mind. It's beyond the body. Okay, does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, so moving on swiftly to number 12.
It is impossible to seek pleasure.
Shall we just speed this up, John, because it's virtually the same. Just read the alternative.
Oh, okay, yeah. It is impossible to seek for pleasure through the body and not find pain. It is essential that I understand this relationship, For it is one the belief in separation perceives as proof of sin. It is not really punitive at all. It is only the inevitable result of equating myself with the body, which is the invitation to pain. For it invites fear to enter and become my purpose. The attraction of guilt must enter with it, and whatever fear directs the body to do is therefore painful. It will share the pain of all illusions, and the illusion of pleasure will be the same as pain.
Okay, what's he saying here?
It's saying that is encouraging us to see that whatever pleasure or goals we seek through the body are bound, unfortunately, to ultimately end in disappointment and pain. And when that happens, fear comes with it. The attraction of guilt must, so fear comes with it, and the attraction of guilt must enter with it, and whatever fear directs the body to do is therefore pain. I'm not getting why that attraction of guilt must enter with it.
Okay. So it invites fear. It's only an inevitable result. It's not really punitive. What's the it he's talking about? It's impossible to seek for pleasure to your body and not find pain. Essential to understand this relationship. Okay, for he's talking about, it's not really punitive at all. So he's talking about the relationship. It is the relationship between pain and pleasure. It's only an inevitable result of equating myself with the body, which is my invitation to pain. For it invites fear to enter and become my purpose. Okay, so once I've invited fear of pain to enter and become my purpose, then the attraction of guilt must enter with it. Because remember, fear is just a result of guilt. So I go to 29, I think. There we go. So look at the genesis of fear. It's underpinned by guilt. Right? So I'm fearing. I must be believing in guilt. Fear to enter. So I'm fearing pain. I'm believing in the body. I'm fearing pain. I'm thinking I'm a helpless, innovator, little life in a body, looking outside, seeing the limitation, the lack, the loneliness, the suffering, the aging, the death, sickness, death, and I fear. And then this is the attraction of guilt, because I'm thinking that subconsciously that guilt is attractive by fearing, and the guilt is reinforced through this fear. So then really what I'm doing by fearing is saying, yes, I choose guilt. I want guilt. And that reinforces my sense of being a separate self. And the ego tells us that that's good, and that's a worthy purpose, and this is going to bring us, something of value. When actually it's a belief in nothingness. So that's why attraction of guilt enters with fear. Whatever fear directs the body to do is painful. Okay, so remember, guilt and sin combined mean that guilt, sin, and fear create punishment. And the punishment, the most obvious form of punishment is pain, isn't it? So guilt and sin lead to fear, leads to pain. And that's what he's saying here. Attraction of guilt and the fear direct the body to do is therefore painful. And so, this might play out as self-harm in one form or another. People sometimes literally do that. They cut themselves. or for most people it's not necessarily that, but they'll they'll abuse their body. They'll do things that are not good for their body, and so then there's there's a attraction of guilt and fear playing out, and of course inevitably they experience pain. But you see, it often seems to be pleasure. Oh, well, I'll do these things, and so it might be all the substance abuse, drinking, smoking, drugs, etc. It seems to be pleasure, but actually it's causing pain, and I can't have the momentary pleasure it gives me. I think it's pleasure without the pain. Pain's inevitable, right? Because if I seek pleasure, then pain will come. Is what he's saying. The illusion of pleasure will be the same as pain, and actually we can't even tell the difference. Just ask any addict. Can they tell the difference between pleasure and pain? No, they got totally confused. They think that what they're addicted to brings them pleasure, but actually it's the source of their greatest pain. But they think it's pleasure. I mean, they got totally confused, haven't they?
Yeah.
And so he's saying, look, it's all pain. In the end, there's no difference. The pleasure is the ego's temptation, and really just a device, this deception to obscure the real pain that underlies the choice for it. And it all comes back to pain. That's why, seeking for any kind of permanent satisfaction through the body has never worked in the entire human history. It's never worked. It's why we have spiritual teachings, because if that path worked, then everyone would do it and we'll all be very happy, wouldn't we? We just pursue pleasure and we'd be like, well, this is the answer. But we know, from our own experience and looking at others, that it doesn't work to bring any kind of lasting happiness. So he's asking us just to kind of wake up and go, well, okay, just see pain and pleasure for what they really are. They're both devices of the ego. It's dualistic, and it just covers over the real the underlying truth of your pure formless awareness, the perfect love, which is beyond pleasure and pain. It just is. It's a state of mind that just is, and it's perfect, and in that is happiness and peace and everything you want. But there's no duality to it. There's no opposite to it. You're not caught up in seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. Right? I remember I was studying Tony Robbins way back when, 30, 40 years ago now. And his whole teaching was centered around, life's very simple. It's about seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. And you want to, get as much pleasure as you can. You want to avoid pain. And, from a egoic perspective, logic says that's okay, well, fair enough. But the wisdom of this teaching would say, but it doesn't matter. If you seek pleasure, you're actually going to get pain. It's inevitable. So don't seek pleasure and seek to avoid pain, because you're caught up in a dualistic construct of the mind that's never going to make you happy. So don't even go there. Stop seeking the pleasure, and then you avoid the pain. That's the only way. But then that means you have to let go of seeking things on the level of form, like the relationships and the money and the wealth and the status and all the things that he's saying are, well, I'll help you get those things. You see, so it doesn't really fit with the rest of the illusory teachings that are telling you, well, you need something outside of you to make you happy. That's what this personal growth mindset says. Interestingly, though, to be fair to him, in the last few years, I've seen a shift, and he's now doing podcasts with Michael Singer, and they're talking about letting go and surrendering. Interesting. So you go, well, in the end, the truth is there, and well, where do you go?
Yeah.
So he's starting to wake up to the deeper truth. That underlies it all. It's like, and he's going to Michael Singer because Michael Singer's really got it, and he hasn't quite got it yet. So because it's a transition from that thought system of duality, of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain, to go, okay, well, I've got to let it all go. a massive shift. So it's the shift from rajas, and Tony Robbins has been a particularly rajastic individual. It's like, go, seeking, desiring, let's make stuff happen. And then he's obviously hit the limits of that and gone, okay, well, I've done that for many years. And like, am I really happy? And he's observed a lot of his clients and people who follow his teaching going, are they really happy? Or are they actually quite wound up, uptight, stressed people, because they're desiring and seeking, and there's that desire going on all the time, and they're not happy, and it doesn't really matter what they achieve. They still don't find that underlying deep peace and happiness. And that only comes through surrender. And understanding this, it's quite a key relationship between pleasure and pain. That's a big part of it. You can't seek for pleasure and not have pain. And if we understand that, then, we just won't. We'll stop doing it. Okay. Happy to move to number 13.
Is not this inevitable? Under fear's orders, the body will pursue guilt, serving its master, whose attraction to guilt maintains the whole illusion of its existence. This, then, is the attraction of pain. Ruled by this perception, the body becomes the servant of pain, seeking it dutifully and obeying the idea that pain is pleasure. It is this idea that underlies all of the ego's heavy investment in the body. And
Just switch it here, because it's a belief in separation's heavy investment in the body. Otherwise, it's all the same.
Yeah. And it is this insane relationship that keeps it hidden and yet feeds upon. To me, it teaches that the body's pleasure is happiness, yet it whispers to itself, it is death. Yeah.
So it's a big teaching. This you think about, most people think what keeps them in this world is that there's some kind of pleasure here, that they can attain pleasure, which will bring them happiness. And so they keep pursuing that, and they pursue it in many ways. The world is dedicated to that pursuit and avoiding pain. And yet, if you understand that that's never going to work, seeking pleasure is not the formula for happiness. It's actually part of the ego's death wish. Then you'll stop, won't you? Just go, well, I'm not going to seek for pleasure anymore, because it's really just a death wish, and I'm just causing myself pain. And ultimately, I'm going to die if I keep doing this. And so I must let go of those things that I valued, that I thought were going to bring me pleasure within this illusion.
Yeah, it's very
pleasure is. And that's what a lot of people find it hard. I mean, it's not that hard to give up pain and sacrifice and the difficulties and the problems and the struggles. No, I don't want those. For a lot of people to give up the good things. Oh, no, but I like those pleasures. There's stuff I value here, or whatever that may be. It might be an addiction. It might just be, well, I really like my food. Okay, but there's an attachment then. I really like food, or I really like shopping, or I really like sex, or I really like, any number of things that give the body some form of pleasure. And I think this is a source of happiness. And then you go, well, you got to let all that go in order to be free. And the mind goes, oh, but I'm sacrificing something of value here. I don't want to let it go because it offers me something. But he's saying here, what it offers you is death. You're still attached to those forms of pleasure. Then you must invite pain and death into your life through that attachment. Which is why, from a Buddhist point of view, he's saying desire is the source of all suffering. It's the same teaching. Desire causes all your suffering, and ultimately death.
A lot of those bodily desires, I mean, food, sex, status, wealth, a lot of those diminish with age anyway.
Yeah, because
Um,
you have to realize as you age that they're not that important. I mean, what are they off beyond when you die? I mean, do they mean anything?
yeah,
As death approaches, it starts to wake you up a bit. What it should do.
but actually, even those desires fade, lots of people die miserably.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, because they haven't gone into the spirit.
yeah,
They just feel depressed and miserable. Oh, well, it all failed me. And everything's kind of decayed, decrepit, and all of my illusions have failed me. So I feel disillusioned, but then there's nothing to replace it. So
yeah,
then what? Then you get stuck in disillusionment and depression.
yeah,
But because they haven't gone the next step, as he says, it's no good saying the world is valueless. Recent lesson, it was 129, 130. The world is valueless and meaningless, and then to leave you there, he doesn't leave us there. He says, no, the world is meaningless, but beyond this world, there is a world I want. We
yeah,
have to go into the other world and say, okay, but actually there's a world, a reality that completely replaces this one. And that's what I truly want. So I'm not left just going, oh, well, I've lost what I valued, and now I feel depressed, and that it's all been just really pretty futile and pointless. Because I'm now in the truth. I'm aware of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and the happiness and the peace and the joy that replace that whole thought system. And so how can I be depressed then? I have eternal joy. But you have to let it all go. This is a key teaching of the course, all of it. You can't keep some of the body's pleasures and hope to be enlightened, because you're keeping an attachment to form, you're making the body and this world real, and then pain will result because you're going to be valuing the temporary, and the temporary doesn't last, and then you'll feel disappointed when it doesn't last because you thought it would. And it's a simple teaching, and it's not a new one. It has been going on for thousands of years. The idea of non-attachment, detaching from everything. It's in the Buddhist teachings. It's in Advaita, which preceded Buddhism. That you got to let really, the Eastern teaching in particular. So, well, you got to let it all go. Let this whole world go. Let all of your attachments go and embrace Brahman, the infinite absolute, abstract, the abstract oneness. This is the fundamental teaching of the Vedas, which underlie Buddhism, Hinduism, and all the other Eastern teachings. But to actually practice it, in our lives. I mean, in the West, we got ourselves so hooked in to seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. That's the basis of our lives and our society on the ego level. That it takes some undoing. But yet it's very doable. It's just a simple principle. So even while you're in the body and you're doing things, you can work in the world and operate in the world, but you don't desire. This is the key. Don't desire the pleasure. Don't seek for it. It just is what it is. The experience is as it is. You don't seek for it. You don't avoid it. And then you're purely present in the flow without any desire or fear. And so if a bodily experience comes along, you have a nice meal, you have sex, whatever other experience, okay, that's part of my experience of the now. But always is the knowledge that I am what I am. My true nature, my being hasn't changed because of the experience. I'm rooted in that. And I that informs my perception of the experience. So Yeshua's not saying you have to give all these things up necessarily on the level of form. You just won't value them anymore. You don't seek them. So you can still be in the world, but just not of it. And in some ways, that's more advanced than the path of renunciation, isn't it? Path of renunciation is, okay, no, I'm going to become an ascetic. I'm going to renounce it all. And, whatever, I'll just live in a cave or live on my own. And the Buddha tried that. So the Buddha's, it's interesting that both these masters came to the same conclusion. Yeshua was like, okay, you do it in the world. The Buddha came to the same conclusion. He called it the middle way. He said, I've tried the extreme ascetic path, and he nearly killed himself doing it, and realized that that wasn't the way, that actually he was just still stuck in craving and aversion. And he had to let that go in order to find, the peace that underlay it. So, it's a very, okay, yes, you're in the world and you can still operate and function, but just don't desire, don't attach to anything. That's the key. And Yeshua is saying, okay, well, use all of your experiences here for that purpose. So can you experience these things? You're in the world with all these apparent temptations, but not desire the pleasures, and not fear the pain, and just be, and allow the Holy Spirit to guide you. And he's saying, yes, you can. So the Holy Spirit will guide you to be in this state that transcends the body. And that's how you attain your freedom. Freedom from the whole thought system of duality, pain, pleasure, and ultimately sacrifice and death. Okay, any other thoughts on that one? Pain and pleasure?
No, that's good.
Wow. It's a major teaching, really. It's one of the key teachings of the course, and it's probably one of the hardest ones for most people, because they don't want to give up the apparent pleasures. They think they're losing something of value.
Okay.
All right. Why should the body be anything to you?
Why should the body be anything to you? Certainly what it is made of is not precious. And just as certainly it has no feeling. It transmits to you the feelings that you want. Like any communication medium, the body receives and sends the messages that it is given. It has no feeling for them. All of the feeling with which they are invested is given by the sender and the receiver. The ego and the Holy Spirit both recognize this. And both also recognize that here the sender and receiver are the same. The Holy Spirit tells you this with joy. The ego hides it, for it would keep you unaware of it. Who would send messages of hatred and attack if he but understood he sends them to himself? Who would accuse, make guilty, and condemn himself? I'm struggling with this number 3. It has no feeling.
Okay.
And I'm struggling with that compared to intuition,
Yeah.
where an inspired idea can come through, or something creative can come through.
Yeah, well, you're saying it transmits to me the feelings that I want. So the body in itself has no feeling. It's all the mind that's interpreting.
Ah.
So when we say my body feels, no, it's not really the body that's feeling. It's my mind that's experiencing everything. Everything's experienced in mind. Any feeling is actually the mind's interpretation. It just seems to happen maybe in the body because it gets localized and we go, oh, well, I can feel it in my whatever, whatever body parts, in my stomach, in my heart center, in my legs, in my groin, wherever. But It has no feeling of itself. So when we say, oh, well, my body wants, we need to correct that kind of whenever you think like that or say that. Or my head hurts, you know, no, it's not really, it's your mind. All of it's mind.
Yeah.
Just being experienced in and through the body. This is the great illusion. The mind has got itself so entrenched into the body that we now think that it's the body that's feeling and experiencing, but actually it's the mind doing it in and through the body.
Okay.
So the body just transmits to me the feelings that I want. Okay, so it's all a decision. We know that. I've decided I want to be a separate self. So then I decide that I want to experience guilt and fear and sin, pain, and so on. And so it transmits to me those feelings. So now I experience seemingly in the body, and I go, oh, well, it's my body. My body's sick, or my body's ill, or my body's angry. But actually, it's just transmitting to me what I've chosen, and I'm experiencing it in and through the body. So it's just like anything. It's a reflection of our thoughts.
I mean, I think it's interesting that some forms of therapy focus on feeling whatever's going on in the body first.
Yeah.
And fully feeling it, getting into it.
Yeah. But really, where are you feeling it? If you become aware of it, what's happening? You're becoming aware, aren't you? It's an awareness. So that's of the mind. And so we fully feel it in your body. Okay, but by directing the mind into the body, there's an awareness that starts arising. And that's the whole principle of mindfulness and Vipassana, which it's based on. Okay, so let's become aware then of the feelings in the body, because in that awareness, I'm now becoming aware of the emotions that are going on, right? So I access my emotions through the body because I can seemingly feel them in the body, because the body's transmitting to me these messages. And so now I have a way of experiencing those emotions, understanding what they are, experiencing them, and I'm bringing awareness into them. And in awareness, we know awareness is transformational. Once I bring my higher awareness into them, there can be a release. I can let them go. So these are all just, these techniques are all techniques to help us to become aware of what it is that we need to let go of, so that we can let it go. And the body is just an instrument for us, for helping us to experience that. So the body modalities work because really you're becoming aware of thought and emotion as it's experienced in the body, seemingly. But it's a mental process going on. That awareness is key. And so that's the start of awakening, right? Any higher awareness starts with that awareness, cultivating that awareness. And then the second step would be to let it go. So in the Vipassana, the Buddhist teaching, it's like, I'm aware of these feelings, and then I don't judge them. So there's a letting go that's happening by not judging. Okay, I just observe them, right? So they don't say consciously let it go, but they say just observe with the equanimity. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. If you're just observing with equanimity, then you've let go of any negative quality in that feeling, haven't you? If you're really feeling equanimous, then you've let go of its negative quality, and it's now just neutral, and it feels quite peaceful. Okay. So where were we? Before we got that, There's no feeling transmits to me the feelings that I want. Comes down again to your core desire. So if we go back to the 12, you know, at the very core of all of this is desire. What do I want? What do I desire? That's what he's saying. So very, very similar teaching to Buddhism, because Buddhism is all about the power of desire. It's saying, you know, desire causes all of our suffering. So he's saying the same thing. Trans feelings that I want. It's all based on my desire. Just may not consciously want them. I don't say, oh, well, yeah, I want sin and guilt and fear and attack. Doesn't say, mind doesn't tell you that. But actually, that is what it wants. That is what the ego wants. Okay, so where are we? Number 5, like any communication medium. Read that.
Yep. Why should the body be anything to me?
I think you were here, John. Like any
Oh
communication.
yeah, sorry, yeah. Sorry. Like any communication medium, the body receives and sends the messages that it is given. It has no feeling for them. All of the feeling with which they are invested is given by the sender and the receiver. The belief in separation and the remembrance of perfect love both recognize this. And both also recognize that here the sender and receiver are the same. The remembrance of perfect love tells me this with joy. The belief in separation hides it, for it wants to keep me unaware of it. Who would send messages of hatred and attack if he understood he sends them to himself? And who would accuse, make guilty, and condemn themselves?
Okay. Now, what's he saying?
So,
End of that paragraph.
is saying that we think the body is feeling something, but it's really just transmitting a feeling or an experience that's going on in the mind. And that feeling is coming from the source, which is the sender and the receiver. The sender.
It sends and it receives, you see, so it's a feedback loop. Right? It's the within the body. Look at here. I have a desire to be a separate self or to be one self. And so I send the messages to the body, and that might happen via this projection perception mechanism. So I might have apparently external stimuli that come in, and then my sense perceptions tell me various things, but it's all a result of my desire. It's the projection, and then I perceive, so now I receive. I send them and I receive them in and through the body, and I think that feedback loop is reality, but actually it's just I've sent them and then I've received them, and then I go, oh well, you know, this must be real. And that's projection perception. That's how the ego works, to reinforce its reality. But it's a setup. Well, if I've sent them and I've received them, I can't say that this is any kind of objective reality. It just seems that the body seems to give it a reality that they don't have. The body is the mechanism of illusion because it can seemingly perceive what is outside of us. Right? It's jacked into the whole matrix in a way that gives us these sense perceptions, and then it tells us, oh well, this is all outside of you, and now it has the power to affect you. And so we have the illusion of projection perception and a closed feedback loop. I've sent it, from my desire to be a separate self, if in the case of the ego, or from my desire to be one self, the Holy Spirit. I've sent it, and then I receive it, and then I interpret it from the desire to be a separate self, or desire to be one self. So I'm projecting and perceiving from the same thought system. And then we go, well, that's reality. No, it's a setup of reality. It's based on your desire. You know, you get what you want to get. You experience what you want to experience. It's just a deep-seated desire that most people aren't conscious of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what he's really saying with the sending and the receiving. As the remembers of perfect love tells me all of this is joy. The belief in separation hides it, for it wants to keep me unaware of it. Because if I'm aware of this, okay, this whole thing's a setup. Projection makes perception, and I'm really setting myself up for a lot of pain and suffering through the ego's use of projection, perception, believing in that. And I'm delusional. I'll go round and around trying to find some kind of salvation in the system, and I never will find it because it lies outside of the system. It lies in my deeper mind. And who would send messages of hatred and attack if he understood he sends them to himself? They understood, maybe. Understood they send them to themselves. And who would accuse, make guilty, and condemn themselves? Would you really do that if you knew what you're doing? You know, so by making this relationship of projection, perception conscious, he's helping us to fundamentally change our minds. Say, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to hurt ourselves anymore. Okay, any other thoughts?
No, that's good.
Okay, number 15. 16. There's 3 paragraphs to go, just so you know.
Okay. The belief in separation's perceptions are always sent away from me, in the belief that someone other than myself will suffer for my message of attack and guilt. And even if I suffer, someone else will suffer more. The great deceiver recognizes that this is not so. But as the enemy of peace, it urges me to send out all my perceptions of hate and free myself. And to convince me that this is possible, it instructs my body to search for pain in attack upon another, calling it pleasure and offering it to me as freedom from attack. It instructs my body to search for pain in attack upon another, calling it pleasure and offering it to me as freedom from attack.
Wow. So this is the ego's insanity. Instructs my body to search for pain in attack upon another. So the body, the mind says, okay, we'll attack another. And actually, we're just searching for pain because it's going to cause us pain.
Yeah.
But the pleasure says you'll somehow offload your guilt, and this is going to feel good. Attack the person, get angry, get upset, attack them, and then offer it as freedom from attack. Okay, so somehow this is going to free me when I attack someone else. It's bizarre. It's crazy. It's just the system. How can that free you? When it's obvious, if you attack someone, then you're likely to be attacked back. How can this be real pleasure? It calls it pleasure, offers it to me as freedom from attack. So what he's really saying in this is we're profoundly confused about pain and pleasure and what they are, what their purpose is, what their meaning is. We can't distinguish between them. And so how have we got any basis for choosing them? We can't even distinguish between pain and pleasure. Oh, indeed, you're going to make the wrong choices all the time, aren't you? Okay. Anything else in that one?
No, that's good.
It's telling me to free myself through these misperceptions of fear and guilt and hatred, which is bizarre. I mean, when you look at it, you're like, how could you possibly think that's going to free you? But the belief in separation does, which is why it's insane. And then he just states the case very clearly. I will not hear its madness. And read 16, John.
Yeah. I will not hear its madness nor believe the impossible is true. I will not forget that the belief in separation has dedicated the body to the goal of sin and places in it all its faith that this can be accomplished. Its sad disciples chant the body's praise continually in solemn celebration of the belief in separation's rule. Not one must believe that yielding to the attraction of guilt is the escape from pain. Not one must regard the body as themselves, without which they would die, and yet within which is their death equally inevitable.
Yeah. So what's he saying here? Summary.
I need to read it a second time, actually.
Okay.
I will not miss madness, no believe it. Impossible. Not one must believe that yielding to the attraction of guilt is the escape from pain. Not one must regard the body as themselves, without which they would die, and yet within which is their death equally inevitable.
I'm going to change this to, let's say, everyone. It's simpler, everyone. Everyone must believe that yielding to the attraction of guilt is going. Everyone must.
Yes, that's
the
helpful.
body as themselves, without which they would die, and yet within which is their death equally inevitable. So, if you're reading, and if you read the Rupert Sheldrake's article about the scientific materialists.
No, I didn't actually. No.
Yeah, so some interesting stuff there. But really what he's talking about, I mean, the scientific materialists are those who worshipping the ego. They believe sad disciples chant the body's praises continually. They believe we're bodies. They believe that our consciousness comes from brain activity. So the body is the ultimate reality. The material world is the ultimate reality. And this is a solemn celebration of the belief in the ego's rule. Everyone must believe that yielding to the attraction of guilt is the escape from pain. So we believe in sin and guilt, and the reality of the body, and that this somehow is going to help us escape pain. But it's evident that it's not, because if you think you're a body, then you are going to suffer and die, and that's inevitable. Out which they would die. Okay, so we think we're a body in that thought system, and we die without the body, yet within which is the death equally inevitable. So kind of you totally, it's an impasse, isn't it? It's you get totally caught up, stuck in this thought system. characteristic impasse. He says the ego always leads you to an impasse. It's like it doesn't make sense. And the way out of the impasse is to let go of the ego, the belief in separation.
So this whole paragraph is about not going with the voice for separation and just resisting that, having nothing to do with it.
Well, and it takes form. See, the belief in separation. People go, oh, okay, well, on a high level, but how does that play out? Well, it plays out because I believe I'm a body. And I think that what the body offers me is valuable for itself. And that the pleasures of the body are something I want. That's how the belief in separation continues. It was interesting. I was reading The God Delusion a while ago by Richard Dawkins. And so he's talking to an atheist scientist who's, where they were discussing matters of time and space and eternal and really the guy was saying, well, all there is this world. And so then he said, oh, well, we went off and had a very nice lunch, and that was satisfying. But it's like, but that's not going to satisfy you eternally. That's such a temporary experience. But you see then how that scientific materialist paradigm leads then to the idea that you're a body. Okay, well then all you have is the body's pleasure, don't you? Then that thought system dictates that you must seek for the body's pleasure and avoid the body's pain. Because what else is there then? There's nothing else that's same. And so then you have this consumer society that results where everyone's seeking for pleasure and avoiding pain, seeking to consume and consume and consume, but never really finding satisfaction and happiness. So, the modern malaise, the unhappiness that we see so prevalent in our society is caused by this thought system. And people don't see it. And they will see, the spiritual as the enemy. They'll say, well, this is all woo-woo, the body's the reality, and we've got to prove it. And they've tried endlessly to prove it, and they haven't proven it. In fact, the more you look, the more it becomes evident that we're not bodies, that there's something beyond it. A transcendent mind, spirit, soul, whatever you want to call it, that animates the body, but is not the body. And, there's so much evidence for that. And yet the scientific materialists won't consider the evidence. They're just, sad disciples, as he says, chant the body's praise continually. Solemn celebration of the belief in separation's rule. Well, that is kind of what happens. You get stuck in this misperception of being a body, and it's all, that thought system leads you nowhere. There's no hope in it. But it's amazing that people are still, so many people believe in it, because there's absolutely no hope in it. There's nothing transcendent. It's flatland, as Ken Ward calls it. So what do you go to? All you've got to hope for is the body's pleasure, but inevitably, the body's going to die. So you will experience pain. So you're stuck in pain, pleasure, and we think this is reality. And as he says, the impasse is everyone must regard the body as themselves, without which they would die, and yet within which is their death equally inevitable. Okay, I'm damned if you do, damned if you don't. No wonder it's depressing. I mean, and I think, the rise of depression in modern society is primarily attributable to scientific materialism, because it's a hopeless thought system. And then they try and treat it with within that thought system with drugs. And they say, well, the problem is, your biochemistry. So let's give you drugs to correct that. Actually, the problem is they're caught up in a meaningless, pointless, futile world. And on some level, they know that. And so that's very depressing for the mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Happy with 16, so last paragraph 17.
Yeah.
You want to read it? Oh,
The belief in we can just go straight to the alternative.
okay, you're happy with that. It's just Father will become source, Holy Spirit will be remembrance of perfect love.
Yeah.
And
The
ego
belief-
in separation.
The belief in separation's disciples do not realize that they have dedicated themselves to death. Awakening is offered to them, but they have not accepted it. And what is offered must also be received to be truly given. The remembrance of perfect love is also a communication medium, receiving from the source and offering its messages to its extension. Like the belief in separation, the remembrance of perfect love is both the sender and the receiver. But what is sent through it returns to it, seeking itself along the way and finding what it seeks. The belief in separation finds the death it seeks in this way and returns it to me.
Yeah, so what's he saying here?
It's saying that if it's saying here that we are all offered a route to enlightenment and the end of suffering, but we don't accept it. Because we don't realize that actually what we're doing is taking us towards destruction and death.
Yeah, so these scientific materialists, so obsessed with being right, are like, but why would you want to be right? You're condemning yourself to death. You're dedicating yourself to death. And some of them spent whole careers. I was reading in that paper, there were these militant atheists that Rupert Sheldrake encountered in his early, when he was at Cambridge, who militant atheists, and they were determined to prove that only the body is real. I mean, why would you want to do that? You're dedicating yourself to death. Crazy. Why would you be so obsessed with confirming that? Death is then guaranteed. I'm going to die, so is everyone else. Why would you be so obsessed with that? It's crazy, and they dedicate their whole life to trying to prove this. Surely it would be better to be wrong. I mean, yes, just saying, well, surely it would be better if you were wrong than to dedicate your life to death. But they're arrogant. They don't want to accept that they're wrong, even when the evidence. It's a bizarre thought system, because there's really doesn't stack up. The evidence doesn't support it, and yet people still want to believe in it and they believe what they want to believe. So that's his criticism. It's become a dogma. You believe what you want to believe, even though the evidence doesn't support it. Well, that's just a dogma. That's just like, no, that's not the scientific method at all. It's just to become a dogmatic belief system that you want to believe because you're too scared to look outside of it, which is exactly what science came in to try and correct and say, well, actually, we're open to experimentation and just seeing in our own experience what works and what doesn't. So it's a denial of their own scientific method. It's almost like the militant atheists who become scientists are like the high priests of this religion, dedicated to death and spreading depression and misery and pain, because there's no hope in their thought system, and yet people, they somehow advocate it and they write books about it and they say, well, believe us, follow us, we have the way. This spiritual stuff's all woo-woo. We'll give you the way. And then, I mean, there's no hope in it. So of course people don't find any hope or any happiness or joy, and then they sink into depression, and then they go, oh well, the problem is your biochemistry is out, so we're going to correct that with drugs. I mean, it's just a completely insane thought system, which is kind of what he's highlighting here. But it doesn't leave us there. He says the remembrance of perfect love, is our salvation, both the sender and the receiver. What is sent through it returns to it, seeking itself along the way, finding what it seeks. Belief in separation finds the death it seeks in this way and returns it to me. So what do I want? Do I want life or death? That's what it comes down to. Again, the sending and the receiving. So it sends the messages and then it receives them for me. And that's the purpose. If I give my only desires to be one self, the true self that knows perfect love, then I send messages of unity and oneness and I receive them. And my beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and perceptions will reflect that. And then I live in the happy dream, which will help me awaken rather than enslave me. Whereas the belief in separation will desires death, and it will see it, projects it out, and it will perceive it everywhere. And then my reality will be a very unhappy, hellish one, miserable one. So it's saying, well, what do you want? Which one do you prefer? Surely the choice is obvious. But if it's not spelled out like this, you can see how people can still believe in the reality of the body and the ego's thought system without a clear teaching like this. Okay, so there is a personalized executive summary. It's one page. Do you want to read it, John, or do you want to?
Yeah.
You're happy to read it. Okay. Now, so this is a summary of the whole thing. So this will also summarize the first nine paragraphs.
In my journey to find peace, I've encountered obstacles rooted in the attraction of guilt and the belief that the body is valuable in itself. These barriers have made me hesitant to fully embrace peace, perceiving it as a sacrifice rather than a release. But I now understand that my belief in death and fear has kept me from the truth of my being. The remembrance of perfect love's messages guide me beyond the limitations of the body, offering me pure union and peace. The body cannot really bring me pleasure, but neither can it offer me pain. So pain is the only thing the remembrance of perfect love asks me to let go of. The peace it brings extends from the eternal within me to all sentient beings.
Okay, so I'm going to pause it there. What's he saying?
So it's saying that I have encountered I have put up many obstacles in my path to peace, and they have been getting in the way. And that includes sacrifice. But I do now see that my belief in death and fear has kept me from the truth.
And the body cannot really bring me pleasure, but neither can it offer me pain.
Yeah.
So actually, really, the remembrance of perfect love is asking me just to let go of pain. Is that really a sacrifice? Am I losing something of any value? No, not really. just seems like I'm losing pleasure, but it was never really pleasure. It was actually pain. It was just pleasure is pain in disguise. Yeah. The whole thought system is painful. Whole thought system of the ego is painful. So whatever, pleasure it seems to bring is illusory, and the pain is always there to underlie it. Okay.
So through my innocent relationships with others, I come to know my true self as the extension of my source. This is a bond of perfect unity, which guilt dissolves and I am set free from the past. I no longer seek happiness through the body, recognizing it as only a means to facilitate my awakening to the truth of who I really am, rather than an end. Instead, I place my faith in the eternal, which offers me infinite kindness and love. My belief in separation attempts to convince me that I can have pleasure without experiencing pain, which deceives me into believing that I can experience lasting happiness through the body's pleasure. But I see through its deception, understanding that freedom lies in letting go. My true self that remembers perfect love brings me this message of freedom, peace, and unity, and rejects my separate self's messages of hatred and attack, knowing they only lead to suffering.
Okay. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, it's saying that as we let go of this idea of being a body and move into the now, we can start to see who we really are, and let go of all this belief in being separate beings, and let go of all the would-be pleasures that take our attachment to pleasure, which takes us into disappointment, and disillusion.
Yeah, just seeing through, a major illusion is that the body can offer us pleasure. Huge ego illusions. We can let that go, and that's a major learning, because that seems to be valuable. So a lot of people have resistance to this kind of teaching because they go, "Well, I don't want to let go of the things that are, that are good, that are valuable," and they think they're losing something of real value, when actually they're just losing the idea of sacrifice and loss, because that's what the body represents. Whether it experiences temporary pleasure, it's all within a thought system that is about pain. That thought system will ultimately bring pain. Okay.
Yeah.
Body's limitations and illusions.
Body's limitations and illusions no longer hold power over me. I realize that the body is a neutral communication medium, responding only to the messages I send and receive through it. My focus is on the truth within me, and I recognize that my joy and peace come from uniting with the eternal source within me and its whole extension. I let go of my illusions and embrace the freedom the remembrance of perfect love offers me. My belief in separation's obsession with sin, guilt, and pain no longer attracts me. I perceive that both pain and pleasure are illusory, and I no longer associate myself with the limitations of the body. So now I choose to let go of the belief in separation and discover that my faith in the eternal is always justified by finding peace and happiness in its infinite love for my true self. So it's saying, is affirming here that we can let go of this illusion that the body is who we are, and see it just as a neutral thing that responds to our mind, and put focus on who we are, on our authentic selves, and live from there, letting go of belief in sin and guilt, pain.
Yeah, it's a major lesson, because if you can let go of seeking the body's pleasure, you know, that's a big chunk of what, you know, keeps you attached to this world. You think it offers you some pleasure. Or if you let that go and you realize, well, actually it just offers me pain, it's another major part of the ego's defense mechanism gone. The body's pleasure and special relationships are probably the two key defenses of the ego in this world, often intertwined, because you think that the special relationship will offer you pleasure, which is not the case. Okay, and then just the key message. So very short, simple, to summarize it all in lines.
I choose to let go of the belief in separation and its attachment to the body's pain and pleasure. Listen instead to the remembrance of perfect love's perceptions of everyone and everything, and find lasting peace and happiness in my innocent relationships and the union of my true self with my eternal source.
Any final thoughts on that?
That's a good summary, isn't it? Yeah.
I think so, yeah. That was the AI, but I just, you know, it needs a bit of editing. Sometimes it doesn't quite get it right, so then you just edit it. But it saves a lot of time. So otherwise, you know, write this on your own. It's like,
yeah.
So there's a, you know, summary you can read to get another view of it, really, as well. But, you know, the key message in the end, it comes down, it's a very simple key message. It goes on and it gives us, but, you know, the simplicity of it is, you know, he's just saying one simple thing. Let go of the belief in separations, attachment to the body's pain and pleasure is key. We must drop the attachment to pleasure, because by realizing that it's really pain, and then the Holy Spirit replaces it with remembrance of perfect love, replaces it with its perceptions of everyone and everything, which offer us true happiness, lasting peace and happiness, and in innocent relationships. And that takes us back to the union of our true self with Source, which is the oneness of Father and Son. And that's true pleasure. It says, you know, the only pleasure is doing God's will. Well, that means you only experience pleasure when you unite with your Source. And everything else is false. It's illusory. It's a substitute for the love that our Source has for us. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't want to do a meditation on this now, because
no, it's a bit late for me now.
12, yeah. So, but yeah, good. We finished it. So, we'll finish the second part of it, and you can read the first part.
I will.
Posted this whole document on the group, so you can. In fact,
Yeah.
I'll update it. We just made a few changes, so you can read the whole thing. And yeah, I'll see you in the week, I hope. So
Yeah.
there'll be a session tomorrow at 5 p.m. start. Tuesday, I'm out in the day as well because Gabriel's on holiday. So I think we're going to do more evening sessions, but that kind of suits you, doesn't it? Seems to suit most people.
Yeah.
We'll be doing it from 5 or 6 p.m., but just watch the group at 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
You want to join?
Well, we've got band practice tomorrow.
Oh
now.
yeah, so I won't see you tomorrow. Yeah, okay. So maybe Tuesday evening, probably starting at 6 or 7. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Probably 6 p.m. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, John.
Okay, Jono.
All right. Sleep well.
Sleep well.
Okay.
Yeah. I know.
All
Cheers.
right.
Bye then.
Bye for now. Okay. So it's a wrap for the session. Really good session, and thank you to everyone who joined. John and Elaine, Christine, Kim earlier. Key message really is to let go of belief in separations, attachment to the body's pleasure. And in doing that, we let go of pain and death and find lasting happiness and peace in holy relationships, innocent relationships, and in our union with eternal source. That's the true source of pleasure, is pleasure of being one with our source, God. So that's what I wish for you all. Union in true self, in your eternal source. And if you're not a member, then subscribe to the channel. Obviously, if you like this, you'll get daily content like this. And join us soon in the Zoom room. We do run a masterclass. The next one is coming up this Sunday evening. Go register and join us to find out how you can be part of these live sessions and really experience the transformational benefits of that. So in the meantime, I wish you posted something below. So just to have a look, if you're looking at this on YouTube, posted a link where you can go and sign up and join us for a webinar. So go do that. Go subscribe to the channel, and look forward to seeing you on the inside soon. So namaste, which means the peace and happiness in me, acknowledge and honor that same divine peace and happiness in you. Bye for now.